6 RE, the outer Van Allen belt is located at 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So this gap in between the two belts. It says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk. Figures were well below that radiation levels. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belts surrounding the Earth are dangerous than previously. So how is it an astronaut 600 miles away from it knows more about it than astronauts allegedly through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. We might do it the way that worked so well on the Apollo mission.
So what kind of protection would, how thick was the aluminum shield?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of aluminum inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray. At best, or less.
But they would experience much more radiation than that. That's right. Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything to dispute that? Is there anything you can point to that shows that radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you sent from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. That's in the film. Obviously, happened on the way to the moon.
I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of that Allen radiation. And then those books that I said in my book that's interactive, one of those books has 2 or 3 links underneath it for the documentation from, I think it's called Scientific American, from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the videos in the description. 100 times the lethal dose. That's talking about the rad. Lethal dose is so different than what is it with that Allen radiation belt. They saw probes they sent up in the late 50s, and the psychiatrists were in probe because they migrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. Like Von Braun said, you would need 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried. And now they're rewriting history.
So one of the problems is that if they did make it, in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the craft to get the better radiation to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger of the measurements that we have. Because we did send Ryan up there, we did send different probes up there to figure out how to produce it. That would throw into question whether or not the original publication. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today. So, is that fair to say? Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talked about with UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown. Like you always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon or Mars, and if we have the technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from radiation if they're being entered in Mars.
Yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intending on an attempt, but they're faking halfway to the moon. They can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. What is the price? 50 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins on the moon. Because like this.
Also because it's cheaper.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now at 100% by schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't means they can't. Legal radiation.
That seems to be the most logical.
Well, and the fuel. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips in order to have
See if you can find him saying that. 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8 fuel trips.
Hold up, him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So what are people that are confronted by this information that what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the wishes were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landing. He would still think they were real anyway.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk is entirely sure how many starships.
That's the mouse creating a new rocket.
Yep.
Yeah, he said the moon landings were as historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place to have had greater technology in the past and the future. I believe he knows this is your face, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing too.
That makes sense. This, again, this is one of those subjects, and this is why some people want to take it. If you even talk about the moon landing being safe, or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that, it's self-belief. It's believed by a large percentage of the population that was certainly attacked by that. What has anyone ever tried to sit down and be? Because I'm inviting someone to do that. Because once this comes out, I know it's going to be a lot of people that are outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail what went wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody about the lie.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were saying I used to not only believe they're real, I would worship them. And if I'm a younger child, well, we're a teenager, and admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave them the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA who shows the moon missions are fake. Okay, that took 7 years to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long. It took me 4,000 hours. And
Oh, yeah, those little things.
yeah, I mean that's not a real debate. It's like a well-known interview. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, I'm talking the tape. That's not shot with public. I hit fast forward. It's the same shot over and over again. Bloomberg slightly bouncing around. I was like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played that, by the way. I hear a third track of audio prompting them to fake a 4-second radio delay. And I'm like, that's not good. The lights come up. And then it dawned on me, I really did.
So before that, you were on the fence.
Well, originally, I thought they landed on the greatest thing. Of course, I did having pictures in my room for many years.
But it was just Bill Casey.
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker, I'd become a filmmaker whose job is to make things seem real. And I could tell that they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that they had intersections. That's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as they fake it. When I found that footage of them making me halfway to the moon, right in front of your eyes, or critical audio, telling something 4-second radio delay, that's it. The two NBC news directors is, this is the linchpin. Let's figure out about that. The JFK witness list, they say 200 people they knock out 50,000. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe it killed 20 people. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's one that will leave the public because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees for praise, gave them medals of honor, they printed it on stamps and coins, and they taught it in schools. Glorious legend. This is what the NBC News Director tried to get me to understand, tried to get me to understand it. When the truth comes out, it will break it down. It's religion. The moon landing fraud coming out has to happen. Never happened. Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight press because this is weird. Because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like they're well, they look like they're at the funeral. It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch your head a little bit. Here we go. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously, you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him talking. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. Here we go.
go on for a long time.
Yeah, but the interesting thing to note there, you see the two teleprompters there in the desk. These are the only guys who learned what it was like.
It just it looks very odd. Another odd thing was my mom said he couldn't see stars. He didn't go to his 19. And also, he never left.
That's right. And also, when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong says they don't bring me home. And then Michael Collins, to fill in for him, to help him out, which he wasn't there. They were all great orbiting figures. They had the same experience. God, did he get the written transcript of that? I don't remember seeing any. They changed it. Say lightning strikes twice in the same place with the first title that said Bus Senate instead of Michael Collins. Video Michael Collins.
And it gets attributed.
Well, because they didn't have some YouTube videos back then. People got the transcript. They said we need to correct that. Michael Collins wasn't there. They said,
Yeah.
they're covering for it.
Let's pay the 25th. Because here's one of the greatest. Neil Armstrong, first man, doesn't give us, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to give up the big astronaut records. And you would imagine that didn't want fame, and all of a sudden he's thrust into the public light. That would be a real problem. Probably didn't like it, did enjoy being the center of attention. And so, you know what? Or you could look at it like if you have a guy from a public relations perspective, he's one of the most valuable people to interview. He's the first man to walk on this planet. First man, and he said it. He landed. That kind of thing. He would be devastated. They would interview him constantly. Just from a PR standpoint, we were trying to force that guy. Because it's the most incredible knowledge of human history. That's what human beings do. It's the most significant ever. And then he gives a speech. So he gives us a speech at the 25th anniversary of NASA. He's giving this speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, some of the best, brightest high school kids? Yeah, and so the speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he's saying, other than he's trying to tell you that something is should so listen to me.
in the fraud at that point. And they said, guys that testify that no big threat to his life.
Or you could say, if you do this, it's for national security reasons. It's involved in very important information, military security.
I think he would resign. So I think they had to threat.
That's not speculation.
That's right. It's my speculation.
But
There's years of research.
this video is not speculation.
That's right. I think they
Most
threatened.
people again are not aware of this.
I think they threatened his family's life.
Perhaps, but we're just speculating, yeah, right? But the video, again, that's not speculation. Because anybody else, anybody who knows the grass another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and if you were tracking
Well, that's not true. The only people who had the capability of tracking it were the American government and the Soviets who were left that it was not.
So that's just speculation too, right? It's like, how were they blackmailed? Is there any evidence?
Well, they obviously know that the deliverations are fake. Putin was not surprised. It was around that time that we sold grain to the Soviet Union for cost. It was supposed to be enemy. And around the same time, after Richard Nixon comes to China as an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior person visits the superior person. And so he went, and I think they found out too. And we know they are black for technology.
You know that from
I interviewed a guy who works with Chinese space agency.
right, but that's just hard to say. That's not.
That's his eyewitness testimony.
I understand. I was talking to people. But I understand what you're saying. But it's still like it's a guy saying.
The guy who works in the Chinese space agency.
But you know, like we might not be talking true. Like, we don't have proof. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted and sent to death row based on the testimony of people.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the movement of fraud instead of going to listen as a more valuable tool of the information. I think that's what the Soviets are doing. Another good reason for the truth to come out. So we won't be blackmailed by China.
What do you think would happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all files, if everybody started talking about it, and definitively we got to a point technologically where we are ready to travel to other planets. We realize, hey, this is an element, this is part of it.
Well, if the truth came out acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful because the faking of the movement and if they actually shows the sad fallen state of mankind, it would be like throwing a glass of water in the public's face. They wake up, they realize they've been sleepwalking, and they look down, they're one of those things. It would be not just as a nation,
Wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, in Trump's states have done this. They really did kill Kennedy. They really did fake moon landings. They really did all the things we can do. Like, no one would have faith.
that's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America of a gangrene list. William Benny, you know, worked for the NSA. He says, the NSA, they're spying on the private cell phone conversation. They get dirt on them, they'll blackmail them, because blowing them away from the NSA situation for testing. needs to be a major house. I'm not even sure what would happen. Let's say all the federal government ran on electricity, plug it off with blood. Sure what would happen to you and me and everyone else inside the other part of the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage your own affairs, because they are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war. Right? We have so many murders of people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people, and we're funding it. They're doing it morally wrong. Our leaders. What are we missing? What have we not covered? We basically done this right now. We're at 3 hours plus. What have we done? I think we covered most of it. We have the facts that shadows can intersect, and that's electrical light. We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony that eyewitness who saw them filming Apollo 11 and gave their first faith. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space in 1969 on the first attempt on the computing powered cell phone than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past than in the future. If it weren't a sweet life that people love and don't want to give up, you would see the truth on the net. That's an interesting thing to see. It is. Yeah, it's not a lie, like because JFK is dead, and all the people in 9/11 are dead. This is taking candy away from people. They're defending the candy. Would you be willing to debate someone? If I get someone to come on here and prepare and ask you stuff here, okay? So we'll put that out there. So I would like to see how someone describes that. Okay. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and figures on the keyboards right now. People are going to get very outraged. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about it. Besides, I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is tested. Okay? And tired of talking about moon landing? Well, you could have this for it. It's historic important because the making of the moon landing for mankind is more significant than anything else. That they lied to the world with better and not know that truth is like having cancer. We have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else, but still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. See, then there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle with the truth. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride came from the Lord. Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information will resonate with them, that they're going to try? Because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled cool. The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but like I asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? They said, all I know is what pills is prescribed for this illness that I was. They're intelligent and they're narrow, but they can't critically think. Universities are universal think. I was prevented by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to the student body groups that's the This is free speech, free expression of the United States of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about it. A college professor teaching aerospace who says it must honor and confess on national TV that it was being held dedicated aerospace, just like Martin says. He was still thinking about it. That's what we're up against. This is the God of science. It's really just
The arguments are very compelling. The actual facts are very compelling. The whole thing is very
So all the stuff people can investigate for themselves is still Cibro.com. There's 17 clips that you watch for free in the July.
Join by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, like at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Was this before my podcast? I don't even know. You emailed me. Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, it's me. It happens to be in LA. You sent me the email.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall in your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched the most. You're the guy who can auto-recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe the moon
Well, let me start by saying how much about when you said theory. It's not a theory. They did take the moon landing. That's the fact. Whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call you. Okay, you're just relax. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steal now some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today, more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use terms like national pride, like we do this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where they got us into Vietnam, where there was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,212 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner, blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's pigs, there's assassination itself, which they still won't release. There's the moon landing, and then there's next getting mixed in with what I think is trying to operation to Tucker Carlson. But then I read a bunch of them. They say this one's the one that people hold on to most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of scientific accomplishments. These people are able to make things like this stuff. Wild ship that we know about, space shuttle, SpaceX, all those amazing engineers. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and watering them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented with acid. This is mind control experiments. What did they tell the truth? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But everybody, this one we're going to be. This is just what it is. It's what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data. It's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything.
Well, Robert left a good one. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than I do. 100% certain that is President Kennedy still at the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf Council, Robert McNamara, he said that the Gulf Council incident, the Pearl Harbor incident, never happened. He and the CIA fabricated the Gulf of Tonkin resolution that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,000 American soldiers without cost. So, the federal government is willing to kill like the president, but they're willing to needlessly kill 8,000 American they have a problem. See, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why. And people don't want to give up that candy. And I come along and say, wake up. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees in a picture we have to trust from the federal government. Yeah. So it's actually very easy to say, and in answer to your first question, I was more than I was not idolizing the moon landing with my father in the Air Force and giving me pictures of Apollo 11 and how I moved every 2 years from house to house. They were a permanent place on every bedroom wall.
So what changed? What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And when was there a moment?
Yeah, the first moment was, so from the age of, I was asleep in bed, but at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times. I'm leaving their arms and being thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill King, a former Rocket 9 employee, worked for NASA for 6 years on the program with high security clearance on the second who says, look, I did a memo warning that they are not going to do this at all. There's only about 10,000 chickens they can go to the club.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome their challenges and got into 10,000?
Well, no, because I mean, so we're going to go over many.
Yeah, it's important, but I mean, I need to every step of the
Well,
way.
here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reason, because today, with 50-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. That's why there's the mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from radiation. So what they're really claiming is back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had one they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send in a day because of your better technology. What they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
But that is because you can't have better technology in the past or the future.
Right, but they haven't done something like a program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is advancing.
So,
So when you
yeah, but I'm losing shit for days, man.
If they just taking more, but they're not doing it. Right, they're not doing it. Right. Like during the
because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia, to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many overall? I mean, very compartmentalized, right? How many people overall were involved in the Apollo program?
A couple hundred thousand.
That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steelman in their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we can do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000 says at the peak, Apollo program employed 400,000 people who required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. But everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Krebs, flight director, he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during the launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between computers
어디야 지금 뭐해?
no difference.
나랑 별 보러 가지 않을래? 너희 집 앞으로 잠깐 나올래? 가볍게 걷었다 나 걸치고서 나오면 돼. 너무 멀리 가지 않을게. 그치만 내 손을 꼭 잡을래. 멋진 별자리 이름은 모르지만 나와 같이 봐줄래. 찬 바람이 조금씩 불어오면 내 생각이 난 그렇게 나더라. 긴 하루 끝 고요해진 밤거리를 걷다 밤하늘이 너무 좋더라. 어디야 지금 뭐해? 나랑 별 보러 가지 않을래? 더 많이 너무도 많지만 너무 서두르지 않을게. 그치만 내 손을 꼭 잡을래. 멋진 별자리 뱀은 모르지만 나와 같이 가줄래.
It's a different way. People had a much different way of looking. Now the people were in it. They just killed their own president. They just think that beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were involved in the fake movement because they had control of the media and the public wanted to believe it. And people that can tell a difference.
I also had a history.
Excellent time.
They had a history of deception. It was a
Excellent time.
fabric of organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
Well, and they still. That's the thing about the real landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the
Right, who's the one more?
I wish you could swim like little dolphins, like dolphins can swim. Though nothing keep us together. We can beat them forever and ever. We can be heroes just for one day. I will be king, and you will be queen. But nothing will drive them away. We can be heroes just for one day. We can be us just for one day. I can't remember standing by the wall, and the guards shot above our heads, and we kissed, so nothing would fall, and the shade is on the other side. Oh, we can beat them forever and ever. We can be heroes just for one day.
degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind the fucking thermo nuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
They were
actually
to go to the moon.
they knew that so much larger, much causing great difficulty in accurate measurements of stars Holy shit. EMP damage to the microwave may shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 57 small rockets were launched. Johnson and Paul obtained experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of domestic military ships and aircraft were operating to support Starfish Prime in the Johnson and Paul area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture Region for the test. So this is something I never knew. I'm interested to see like why Jim. give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, in response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th, 1961, that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. So it began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because it was a moratorium. Aliens killed aliens? Nukes? That's probably what the aliens are showing up. Well, that's the whole poster about Batman. Hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. As soon as they start to drop these bombs in cities. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the bed and radiation belt. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the bed and radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top and bottom. This is correct.
But yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole.
That's the only way you can do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA, some of the flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched the southern border.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are shielded.
Well, around.com,
Well, you're right about it. You're right there. So I just want to
I'm
give you the
just
opportunity.
saying,
What they would say to you.
the clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles. Huge band of radiation. And astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, and then he says that for an astronaut to go through
What up, Pimp?
and back and survive, that's the end.
Let's listen to this. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
But that
that would be the argument. Yes.
Let's go. Navigation and guidance. And it's we can further away from our area. Radiation like this is the guidance. Natural. We have to test for the dangerous devices. Did you just say that over and over again? Okay, right. Excuse me. What was it?
Well, he says we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation. And he says that
For the other round. What's that? Yeah, what is it? When you said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step forward.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that at 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project when 2014 just not spoke.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft up in Artemis when they send mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been
Well, that's
invented.
not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But he was just saying it was dangerous. And he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go.
Well,
it
it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed. A way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to us. Even if you, like I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not even, he did say people poison people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation will be damaged, not will be dangerous.
Well, they also included people. Before we said people through this region.
Right, but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous.
I'm trying to. That's what it is, Jason. Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to report and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11 we know about the shielding that it has.
They have 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead, and so that's for 1/24th of a second. It would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half, going to the moon, an hour to an hour and a half.
So what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-ray?
It would be 100 times more than a leak, according to their own reports, which are documented at surreal.gov. All for free. You go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that supposedly?
Well,
What was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was something.
yeah, there were allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon. In fact, the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proves that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
But whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was out there. Them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight. So they're
We'll
supposed
show
to
the
be
video.
halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steal from it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things, and they're training all day long to do a whole bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit. Focus on one of those circular windows, put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window, and practice that way.
Except that way,
you make sure you get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight. So they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Yeah,
Okay, so let's.
You're
let's
really
take
bad
that.
at
I'm just trying. I'm just giving.
Yeah,
you have to,
here's
right?
something about
I think I have to.
No, you don't. No, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 50
Right here, everybody has it. This is where you're wrong.
No, their side of the story. You've heard that the moon landings are real for 50 years.
You've heard that,
So
but
you
have
don't
to
need
put-
experts.
It's not that.
Experts
It's the people
don't.
today that are in the scientific community that believe it's real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your people.
Okay, well, let me tell you something else about the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logical would be that they're practicing. Yeah. Oh, this is one you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Is there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
What's up, pimp gangsters? What's up?
They find a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the moon.
Okay. I did not expect that was my turn already. Okay. I just need to find it. Oh my. I got an ad. That's stupid. That's like, I don't even. I'll just get the ad. Okay, hold on. I just need to, like, okay. Just checking the mic settings. Everything should work. No, wait. Oh, this is the wrong song. Whoops!
Oh my lord, you suck.
Okay, so this is
So, yeah, okay.
Don't you notice how I get bullied when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence, don't you
Dog.
dare look at me that way.
Fuck
I
off.
don't need reminders of how you don't feel the burning pain. Listening to you are about some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah blah blah. How I wish you'll wake up one day and we confess your love. At least just let me say that when I talk to you on Cupid, what's right there and shoot an arrow.
actually the window. That's who it's from. That's the point people are from.
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the earth in a circular window? Well, I mean, you think they put something over the window to represent the earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency. There's the circular
Let's let
window.
this play out. Let's let this play out. So
That's the window. The point is, it's the window. Back it up a little. They're using the window to create a 1-foot model of the earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows,
And it
makes
looks
it look
like
like it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the earth is floating in space. So we have them staying being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are, 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 and 2018 they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Giving us they lied on it. And they might have had ground plans. This is shocking, weird stuff. Because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well, that's devastating. They are being halfway to the moon. That's what it is.
And but we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles.
Right, and then they also say, which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the earth and it's still another receiving camera, meaning the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights on.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the earth outside the window. It's very ingenious.
Let's play that so we can do the words. Yeah, you can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, well, what could they possibly be doing? This is you.
Yeah,
Where can we find the raw video?
the raw video is that a funny thing happened on the website. Brown.com and on the homepage.
That's his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's my
No, go to Sabrel.com.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA and I said, I'm a journalist, and I talked to the guy. No, we don't let them talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you set up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation of the radiation belt. They should have had it years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this. You said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you send probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun is a military secret. When you send probes to Jupiter, might not have a helium in Jupiter's atmosphere. They know helium isn't a military secret. So the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth, the radiation because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't do it.
Or we spend a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important. If there's manned warfare in space, like we have a space force, there's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? That's the real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization.
Is it?
Yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt Tim Dillon did.
Oh, let's prove that it's real.
It's real. A T-shirt, actually. So, but no, there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want to spin your own like bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, but they don't know how to get through the radiation belt that we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
Well, they sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as time
they would know the radiation.
They sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that the data they get now, we both agree, right? It would be way better data than you got in 1963. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yes, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation belts when they were talking about instrumentation.
Start at 30
But my point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation also would be dangerous to biological?
Of course, that's why there's banning already.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people who used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they first started using X-ray machines in doctors' offices, the technician put his hand up an X-ray, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up. They had horrible cancer all over their hands.
And that's from 1/24 of a second, not something that's 100 times more going on right dangerously.
So the point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was the primary concern, which could be accurate, especially if the person was unmanned. And also, that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. Unless you're fantastic cold, right? It's really, it's just, right? Is that what happened to them?
Well, I mean, let's get back to the technology. Yes, I mean, when they first exploded, the first atomic bomb, just 10 years later, atomic bombs won 1,000 times. So if they could go to the moon, first attempt, with 1 million computing power, Mars 10 years later, even other solar systems, and there would be bases all over.
This is the only interesting one of the facts is that there's no other technology from 1969 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster.
Because it was a bluff, like it's
Okay, so let's play the video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is really strange. So this audio is this Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Mike Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before I get to it. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and computer, it would be 2 seconds now for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, some edited reel of special effects that's making moon, there's a certain kind of audio who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear
Why do you believe this is here?
us, whoever is helping them say the new mission. And so just NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece and tells them, of course, we hear a third track of audio, not NASA, not the astronauts. That's just kind of walking off and radio. He says, and then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating that thing. Let's play a 4-second radio delay, and they can hear they're beyond their voice.
What up, baby? How are you? I'm well, thank you. I haven't slept, but I do want you to see something. I want you to go to YouTube, youtube.com/. Let me know when you're ready. Sure.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft. Right. Let's talk here.
All right, type in SEXROV, like sex, and then Rabbi owns vagina, ROV. So it's sex ROV. So it's Rabbi Rothschild / @SEXROV. Absolutely. Just a moment. Hey, just one moment. Okay, I sent it to you. Look at the live ones.
Yeah, so here's what I would say if I was trying to accomplish that. All right, the Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon on a full moon is fairly bright. You can walk around outside in the dark.
Sproder, did you get it?
Bright it is. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light from the oceans and glorious blue sky, you would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you would probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth, would it, like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. Shooting it through this window, and the light is probably pretty intense. It might be the only way to film the Earth, the kind of cameras they had back then, would be to do it that way. Block out everything in the room, and film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right. so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft.
Right.
And that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, there would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that
That
small.
window.
No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landing is real or not?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
wait
to
a
you,
minute. I just want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to redid.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
Well, you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around the
And
window.
the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously in the back of the spacecraft to create that
They
illusion.
said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the board they didn't intend on showing. And the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. It's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks clearly like the Earth floating in space. But that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, so that,
No, they got transparency.
that's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between an eye and day. I think it looks very good. Well,
Yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top edge.
If it was a transparency sitting on the glass or something, step one would be moving would have to be hard to step.
well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around the window.
But Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. If that's what I thought it was, why not just recreate the fake scene, I guess.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in the moon. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like, where, what part of the Earth was dark, like what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to. They knew
But with the
calculation.
with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna
Not
take
necessarily, they made lots of mistakes.
Yeah, okay. Well, this one's a weird one. And to me, this was like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steal man would be what I said, was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. Maybe what he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window. And if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window, because it is covering the window. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright. It's 4 times bigger than the moon, twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong flies says he's 130,000 miles out. We see a little blue Earth with a bunch of blank space around it, right? But
If you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
That's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
But why would they fake being 130,000 miles out if they were really?
Because
130,000 miles out.
if they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems they did. Even though they did that, I'm just steelmanning. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, if I
Right,
I was trying to, so it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space making the shot.
Yes,
they're doing it, they're faking being halfway
which
to
is
the
why
moon
it's
from
so
Earth.
bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
I'm getting more confused on all cases. Like, I thought that they didn't even get space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks they did go. Jamie, you need to catch the book up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here.
It makes sense to me at the beginning.
Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant
No, it was definitely, it's obviously worth it.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
Okay, but let's be honest about what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's
That's
right.
but
So
listen.
that's the window
Yes,
of the spacecraft.
that's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which
But-
means they're faking being
Right.
halfway
But I
to
have
the
to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like makes the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's
You
that
see
they're
him moving. You see
What's up, baby?
dark shadows. See it one more time.
What'd you
You
say?
see dark shadows moving
But the
in front
point
of
is
that.
that's the window of the spacecraft.
I'm streaming on YouTube.
Stop there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space, correctly, which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not
Which
necessarily.
they would never do if they were really halfway to the moon.
What'd you say? Oh, very cool. I appreciate that, man. You're the man.
Best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space. We really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think
Why is
this
this
is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they remove the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space that we're in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's a giant room. It's just a few feet from the
Actually,
window.
they're three
filming the
spacecrafts
Earth.
coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but
And
it's
a
still,
straight
it's still
line.
not that big where they are. Where
About
they are
8
right
to 10 feet away from the window.
That's pretty small. This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in
The
space.
blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not 100.
What they gonna do? So we concluded,
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No. That's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jay. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. But they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so
based on this
Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the steel man. I mean, I know it's annoying.
You mean steel man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm taking the other side's
Why?
position
Why?
because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is, how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window, we'll black out everything, it'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talk about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real as well as you do. If you believe that they're communing with aliens with a secret group, or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right, but if they really went to the moon,
They wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying they wouldn't dare fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden you see that black and
They
white
wouldn't
image.
dare fake it was real. This is where we disagree. Because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment, if you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film? But doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon. They off on the moon.
That's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
So we're in agreement on this. This is all I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real problem, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage, because the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that because many filmmakers, like myself, agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup, and some of that footage got moved into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stapled and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968.
Yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
His
if the God wasn't here,
his son cooperates, and we have a video of that. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his wife, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, that he's a murderer and killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Several.com, thank you for the testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base that he was in. The military police came and they interrogated him because he wanted to notify the relatives of the person he killed. Did you kill such and such a person? A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Right? You killed him. We both eyewitness the filming of the fake moon landing. June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to come to the house. I killed him. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who is going to be the first man to die.
You wish to explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that God.
That's right.
Yeah, explain this.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years. And still we can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told him were confiscated from his house by CIA agents, where they even informed her that he was dead, he had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, I interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the president. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining of the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything because the higher ups knew they were going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't told the astronauts yet. And that's why they were fixing it.
This is your.
Well, that's her conclusion as well. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he has fixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. And this thing is a lemon, a piece of maybe he needed it. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Son, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad. I wonder why they're here to inspect me." Year before, and the very next day, his widow told him murdered a man who wanted to be the first man to walk on the moon. His son, the 47 pilot, said the same thing. I interviewed for 3 hours that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they fake the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the
Why
first,
with 3 guards?
well, I'm just saying, for example, if they fake the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. See, and I know the kind of person you are, and the kind of guest you have on your show. You're a true patriot, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, is to protect it against all enemies, foreign and democracy. They always want this direction of humanity in some other country, where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans and right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't in the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of liberty, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Read the Betty Grissom took these rights. They take a third of our income. They deceive us to a moon landing. And then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents. Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set to him.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she would do that. That makes sense.
But if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment that they use, and he's dead the next day with faulty equipment, the CIA killed him to bring an obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground trust and pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule 100% for skill. They reversed the whole. They were let it open inwardly instead of outwardly. And they found it was highly raised. So that they were and then I got the $135,000 Roger check
there was a dip in power.
Well, it's in the Apollo 11 report.
There was a dip in power.
And I think the subject was tapped in.
Right.
And the CIA raised the previous right.
And that's what, is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure you had to be able to get out.
What is that? What is a logical explanation?
They could say it's not going to be able to space.
Right. And the fire, what is the official explanation for how the fire started? And here's the evidence of the oxygen that increased the fire.
Well, that's a fair. They knew that. They didn't.
Where did you hear this?
She told me it's in the word.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says that they increased the oxygen by how much?
They did 100% of it.
And did they say why? And so that fire cracks.
They rigged it. The oily rags under there were reversing that they didn't have anything they could get rid of the guy because Gus Grissom, they just do infect them with no way. The same reason my source is his co-worker with Apollo 11 being filled in an Air Force Base. The government
Yeah, I would love to see a video of that. If there's a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of the sun.
There's also, yeah, probably get involved.
I don't think it's that crazy to say it from we verified he was the chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was with time or dementia. You know what I'm saying? Like people can. I'm not
Are
saying.
you sure he didn't work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly first memories materials,
You just said that.
yeah. So most people never think about it. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, then maybe you have full-blown dementia and maybe you imagine things. That's also possible. I mean,
That's an odd thing.
a deathbed confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the Mid-Atlantic problem. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. People are dying. They're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. It's
He articulated a lot of
fascinating. It could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession, like Howard Hunter deathbed confession on the JFK assassination.
Well, one of the videos that have queued up is his son getting his death, right? As he's dying. But he saw his father say, he says, I lived right across it in Edwards. There was a picture of his dad. And what Bill Kingston said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Kingston said the whole landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of it. Right? And then every department of the military has their special ops. And then the headquarters, in the Air Force Base. And so that's where it was held. And I even confirmed with several people who were there, the gentleman by the name of Robert, and they never heard of the guy. Who proposed UFOs. There's another reason for death. UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real, that's what I'm saying. The levels are real. See that? Same thing with the acronym. Stephen Greer's number one source is UFOs are real. And books coming out about this as well on their website. He says his number one source that UFOs are real. I'll ask him since. See that? And
Which one, Edgar Mitchell?
well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others.
And let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. It's great. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. And I hope you don't mind being annoying, but I have to cover this. We'll get into
You don't have to. You know you don't.
This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll take a look at that. So, we were at Gus Grisham, who died in the fire. There's another another guy who NASA had hired to make a report, and this 500-page report how bad,
I have a
badly
pillow.
mismanaged the whole Apollo program was.
Mhm.
And that he saw so many flaws in those everything else. And then
Thomas
died.
Barrett.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrett, right? And he died on train tracks
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fads. And there was a big fad period for a lot of cars stolen during crossings. And I think back then, this was before DNA evidence, and to get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Neenah, Arkansas, that found cocaine that was, or that Tom Cruise movie. True story. Tom Cruise movie. What's that guy's name again? That Jamie Barry Sanders. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off in Neenah, Arkansas, while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way, right?
That's what he's saying.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969, saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they landed on the moon. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. And I don't believe the thing they said. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank. I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years at the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point
It's
that's
not
relevant.
quite word for word, I'm sure.
But here's the second point about President Carter. When he finally, after denying it 40 times, admitted that he had an affair, the reporter asked him, why did you do that? You know what he said, why? Because I could. Meaning because I couldn't get away with it. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? Because they knew it. Those people are still in power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
That could be their excuse.
Okay, so here's another
To
question.
murder Americans, to do that.
Alleged murder Americans.
Well,
We assume it. Yeah, we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barrett was because that report was burned, correct? That's right. And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
but basically, he said, as Christian said, they're a decade before and that was after the Apollo fire in Barrett, and they right before he was testifying again, what a coincidence, about how NASA was so far behind schedule. NASA has never kept schedule a single time in their history, except the most complicated mission of all time. They were ahead of schedule. And you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, and whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion. The Wright brothers plane had a 747 after billions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo program. It took 160 years to get off the ground. And yet, first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took 8.5 years.
But the actual
And since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort? It's not like
Well, it is a focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they also.
You had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, Obama said it, and Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said
Trump's
we're going to
gonna
return. Yeah, because we're going to go the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock. You
It's
see,
got a couple months left.
well, they said they were going to have people orbiting them. They said in 2014 we'll have people orbiting the moon in 2018. 100% behind schedule.
My point
And they
was-
only have mannequins orbiting them.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit, and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing. That's much more difficult. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly.
Allegedly accomplished. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the
human
only
beings.
technological achievement in the entire history that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years later.
Now, just in their position, like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have better served going to other things, and that's why they haven't been back. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand that they can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. So all they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned probe on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes,
So that isn't proven anything.
okay. That's the argument.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you. That is the argument, correct?
Yeah.
And so the argument is laser reflectors prove. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used the reconnaissance imagery and they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you
Well, yeah, I mean,
pointing at?
you have to understand, they already faked a full body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was relatively close to Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a chicken?
Yeah.
You're saying after faking a full body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon,
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from alleged lunar satellite that says
Yeah.
the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Yeah. So, nice. What does it show? No, what does it show in the image? What do you see? I can just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. What are you going to say? You don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it as the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Who he came to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box.
Yeah.
The curator saw my film, says, oh, I wonder about that. He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood. You know, this eerie,
Yes,
looking.
that's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that says moon rock proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered. But no reporter asks, so if the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission?
Okay, to steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
Brought it to
And
him. He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up on the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. here you go. They put it in a box. It's not much chain of command to get messed
The
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that, and is it possible someone stole and swung it down? Possible. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But that you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and sometimes they give you $100,000.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow in that deadline, Von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica.
That's
where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much that covers them up. And maybe the orbit, the South Pole, is more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica. A lot of them, they can conclusively prove. Right?
Yeah.
So it's true. Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him, I think,
cast.
right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi group. And it's right after he got captured and brought over an Operation Paperclip.
That's
I
how
always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got, bombed and got pulled out of rubble.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted.
Yeah, or maybe he got carpal syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people deny. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Werner von Braun was one of them. Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive, if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. Right? He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, 5 slowest Jews in the rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who knew that was. This is not disputed stuff. Say he was just a rocket maker. He had nothing to do with that. He was
And in charge of the
not just one
moon faking.
not just one.
He also said before he died that the government is planning on an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that the next
What's the evidence of that?
was the secretary.
Make stories up. She might be a
She
scammer.
seems sincere to me.
She might be trying to
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next. I'm thinking a little bit. And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life trying to say that they're letting you real. And still there's Robert
Edgar Mitchell.
and Robert Eminem made films, propaganda films.
Okay, can I say that what you're saying you don't think those are real?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Ken found?
I don't know that.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real,
descriptions.
but they're not from outer space. According to the top 2 UFO research, I have a look at them now. Hopefully, in time of this podcast, aliens from planet X that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades of long research. So go to Sabrel.com and
So
say
where did they
it's up there
from?
anytime. They're interdimensional and potentially disguising themselves of themselves something like you said can't be proven or disproven from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what's across. I think there's a spiritual element to it. At least they always get there. This is what's kind of documented in the Bible.
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about a little bit, where it talks about fallen angels who are breeding with humans, as talked about in Genesis 6, and creating a race called Nephilim, who are men up and down world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence. Or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already, maybe digital intelligence. Or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move a cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has and how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing me. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people start to do it initially, and those people have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and that it will be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has like, it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple, about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program, or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast we have the tallest building. And then we show the Titanic that says the ship that God himself could not see. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made the voyage. And Richard Nixon, when he did they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment, you see, and the world-leading country is putting a man on the moon. And how ironic, when I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did think of the landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. And it just, I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly, it doesn't have any wind, or it definitely doesn't have the kind of wind that blows around the flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if we can find a video of the flag itself waving. Yeah, there's one. So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, in my opinion, they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the units removed, so the fall over back. It was very hot in there. They had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It's the Braille.com. There's a clip of the flag blowing. Here's
another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organization. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen. So they took the footage,
Right.
put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology, very low resolution.
It looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film monitors. So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know. Like that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage.
Right, I mean, Gilligan's Island went to
in
color
terms of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
Even if they don't have color, let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations, to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is to cover up the fact that it's done in a TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allow people to have clear access, clear footage. What this thing is, instead of footage generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They did because it might show that it's a thing seen, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generation.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's something. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through. Something.
Okay, let's see that one. Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, they don't want to show it. So it's in that movie.
If you put it on YouTube, as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one, Apollo 5, that's me.
This one's pretty good.
I know, Apollo 15.
Yeah.
Click on that one, Jeremy. Apollo 15, no, Jamie, back. Where it says Apollo, no, I said the one that says Apollo 15, right there, that's it, yeah. Okay. So this one, this is colored. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it, and let's get a look at it. So this is it. So this thing's kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. It looks like it's waving in a breeze. So it stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again, there's one
that shows it even more so than that.
Yeah.
Like an astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and then the flag blows without him.
That's good. Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further this is going? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy wants to buy it. Does it show it where he walks by it? There it is. It's back there. Did you see his image? Where? There he is, right there. Okay, there it is. See that? Yeah. So left side again, Jay. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag.
Because he's in an air environment. So,
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
now, can I do
The
devil's
flag
advocate? What do you call it? Steal what?
Steal it.
Okay, the reason why it's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him, and then
What?
that's a pretty good one.
Is that real?
I
thought they were trying
I was trying to come up with an
Micrometeorites.
excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is micrometeors.
Well, actually, Von Braun, we found publications of his. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It's financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or so 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right?
No,
What year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said on my clips at Superbell.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same. But how did they do it? With a rocket that contained 1/30,000% of the amount of fuel Von Braun said it would take.
One of my favorite is the film of the lunar launch. When the camera pans and it looks. Let's show. What year was that? Which
I think that was one of the last missions. And I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you could.
Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
But it'd probably be more than that according to all the counterbucket. But
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5-second delay. So this is it. So this is watching like the process.
perfectly tilting up with it in real time. It's just with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
So
Because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just a way around the world.
you can say the panning is interesting, but you can let time run. The thing looking so goofy is so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth's gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, "Hey, do you think this is real or fake?" and you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, "What is this? It's a cheap science fiction." And then here it goes, like, that's that's leaving a planet. How is it? Is it some new space technology? Where's the fire? What I thought of it. How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. Am I good? one of those things that is real but looks fake, right?
It's not really somebody used to touch it. I guess he could have guessed.
Could he have guessed?
I have no idea what he was using that.
I guess you could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5, and so then you count 10. Because he's going to, you got like 5 second delay. So when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3-second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment. From like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3-second delay. So they don't fuck it up. Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He
So
has to
going-
say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now, and he has to wait 5
It would
seconds.
be at least a 12-second delay, I think, possibly more than that. The delay itself of the radio, microwave therapy, plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you had a stopwatch and you counted it, and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage, hopefully it looks fake. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jim, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this pulls up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now here's the question: did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things, or could
I
they?
don't think
Because they
they
couldn't.
practice landing.
But here's the question: they couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity is so stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right?
But they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety, tried and true environment. That was 6 weeks.
Right, but also again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of
Well, they took that into account. This was supposed to be a simulation of it.
So it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity and drivers. Yeah. So then you're dealing with a totally different machine. You're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth's gravity. Maybe easily mean.
Apparently what?
1/6. I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon? If it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth, like one of those calculations. How is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, see, they claim that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you try that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles if I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning on much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 million, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams of the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him with landing for fame. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD and project it at 120 feet wide. They said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, they every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But perpetrating a fraud, that's exactly.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing. There's Neil Armstrong. So this is the one that he was practicing on. He almost died. Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy. So it was a timing thing. So several second delay. Here goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and Moon made capturing the modules ascent impossible. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right on Apollo 15. The tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the cameras never panned upwards. Thus, the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place while the cameras worked perfectly. It was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, they accelerated swiftly out of the picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. If you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending these supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, it's really Mickey Mouse, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos reassuring that George Washington was the first president, not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there that took tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landing. If it's so obvious, things that speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's made out of strong.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used this simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
But they couldn't practice.
Right, so
They
did they,
for the first time.
did they have the
every
ability,
single time.
did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, at that time they did it was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon. So they
Every time thought of it.
with the person with two people in it. Three. No, two. Two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
Had landed on the moon and were launched in space. Of those, 6 landed quietly.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. You know about that, right?
Before we go on. So the first two were in America. And so, is there footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets in the air. You know, because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing was very different. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has on the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? And where's the engine? Where's the rockets that propel that thing in space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. You know, and so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 30,000% of the fuel that Bob Brunson had to? Why is it today, when we return to the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return? Somehow they did it with no trips. Right?
They openly harder every day. They created a lander.
Oh, okay. Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth.
AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, field conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can try out a car driving around the track, 150 miles a gallon, and somehow they released the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI. A bunch of AIs hooked up together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been run. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they fed it pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago. Said they're real. And then they fed it comparison pictures from the Apollo mission. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. The background, the foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. The AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walks in stamped in with the miniature. And that the entire set was the real. It was a miniature of the set, so they could show that.
Where does this AI come from? Where can someone see that?
Go to Cibrel.com. I wrote an article about it, and there's a video of it himself being shown the results that the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, warned you, if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and you'll be associated with child pornography.
It says that?
I have go to Cibrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are. Because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think this story is on our team? Their president is there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 moon launch and take it off?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission. And they showed it still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. It said the Chinese probe pictures are real. Smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been.
How is that not major?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their #1 program? Because it's to make money. You know, we had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News called me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And regardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, and therefore they said, change the rest of the thing. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't think RT is
Who said it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian space agency.
Who is he?
His name is Dmitry Rothschild. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News called me up. They had to put out that. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And then, if your book and movie prove that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then,
Your network.
well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there.
It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, it breaks. Back up. Back it up again. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. And it's the moon landing thing. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin. And they're looking at it. He believes this one's fake. He's pointing to the Apollo. Yes. Look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc., and then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised, so he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that these televisions are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China non-alignment. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, or the Chinese would have found out, they would have loved us. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet, take them down, and then that would be it. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center, the space station, and China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage act. You see that? Russia knows. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid. The truth is going to come out. You know? You see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT, so I went in the comment section. I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI, or Google was there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down the comment. They won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to the news director at NBC. Practically speaking, he says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the moon. I said, "Can I broadcast it?" He says, "I can't. I don't want to go down in history as the man who caused the next." So he says this will outrage the public. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say it proves we didn't go to the moon. I'm in New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, "Mark, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program." I'm like, "Why is that?" So people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he says even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think they're fake. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. The humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. And it's like the government is that.
Okay, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that are different angles. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles even accuracy. It's debatable. So now let's talk about it. So,
Okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Or go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claim it was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock, and a rock is 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection, proving that that was taken with an electrical light that's really close, and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture on the left, turn off the lights in the courtroom, bring in the spotlights, and you will prove in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different ways? When people try to debunk it, and I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it, what is their take?
I've never heard of people, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from National Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics interviewed me, and they said I can't explain it. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we showed. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting on the 30th anniversary, some people down a moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he said, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that. That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts? Yeah.
Look at this photo, I go behind them.
Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo is not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
There's my book, which is interactive, has 7 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my show. And what they did was, and you can find that clip, it's under Sorrel.com, Moonlight Video Clip. And they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out the spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to the desert during the day, during the sun? You see, they brought in a spotlight, the shadows diverge, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
That's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. Because they... What's that?
You take photos in the desert during the day, the entire sky is bright, you have one lot of light.
What doesn't matter? The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's what I was trying to get up before I cut off. Is that from this photo here, which is very similar to the other photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it, the brightest source that they have around them. You've already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon's surface is reflective. And so there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, coming from a different angle that the sun is, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything, I'm not math scientists know where the sun is, where the sun and Earth are at this particular time of day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really. Because the sun...
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you what. Because the sun is 1 million times bigger in volume than the Earth. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. You think you're going to see it?
You think multiple light sources, though, you're going to look at it.
Right.
Wait a minute.
The difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right. That would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloudless day. You're not going to see the beam.
The thing is,
And
though,
the
Jamie,
surface, take it from a filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast a distinctive shadow.
yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
All right, that's why. This is the reason I wanted to go with a different photo, because that's the one you sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It has shadows going in different directions all over.
That's because it's taken with electrical light.
Well, it does seem that they're going in different directions. Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taking electrical light. Jim, what are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here, right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left,
with sunlight.
Right,
That's your,
Jamie,
that's
Jamie,
that's
if
your
you had-
assumption.
If you had electrical light,
If it were sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. You're actually proving it's an electrical light because sunlight is parallel.
yeah, it's, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
Well, you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
We're not
But
fighting
you're
against
assuming
anything.
you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said, it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander
Oh,
elevation? Maybe.
We don't
We
know.
don't
That's
know,
what I'm
but that's
saying.
part
I
of the
don't know where all the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow. It's
So
coming
here's
from the
the
person.
one at the bottom right there that shows shadows at 2 different angles.
That's kind of crazy.
That means an electrical light.
Well,
Why? Because I just showed you what a picture looks like.
Why does it be an electrical light? There's lots of light sources.
it's true.
Well,
It's true,
I mean,
but there's also a hot spot.
They
That's-
either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
If it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake
So
it out.
what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended. And so these are going to cast light in different directions, and it's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions,
Right.
or if there's 1 light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast a shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast a shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle and the light at a different angle, and the shadow at a different angle.
Okay, and so this one is just normal.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Get the original off of eBay. They've color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes and the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oops, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected them. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970, and you'll see that all the lunar pictures, the originals, there's one there. There's a brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I have, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil was caramel brown because that's the color it really is.
Right,
They
but
color
if you
corrected
landed,
it.
but if you landed a probe in, the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Boston, crazy, you're going to get different brown, different color brown, right? Wouldn't we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man moon. It's like,
Well, and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shade.
right, because they're in that spot where it's
But
that
you
color.
have to see there's a before and after of that same picture. Look at that one. The original picture, we have to find it on eBay or whatever. The original picture,
Don't you think it's online?
could be, but you have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
Well, everybody knows eBay is the most trusted source of
Well,
information. There's no way.
what we need is the original prints that came out in 1969. And
It
those,
exists.
the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they color corrected it.
So why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was raised blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake background so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what's the instances of that you could show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know that they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people that put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in 2 different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly. Right. Top of one. So,
Yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but yet the backgrounds are the same.
yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background
actually Google's AI?
It was Google's neural network.
And
The most advanced. So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or the letting
Hmm.
You see, which do you think is worse?
Well, or the photographs were fake. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier. That if they did, but the Hasselblad cameras that they use to photograph things, one of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate at the incredible temperature. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right, and someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that left on the surface of the moon. And someone said, okay, at what temperature does photographic print paper, Kodak paper from that time, what temperature is it destroyed? Something like 145 degrees. Well, that's 100 degrees hotter than that on the moon. The picture looks perfectly fine.
Right, but how long does it take before the
Oh, it has to be immediately. Yeah. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the moon? It says, yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it. Right. Right.
Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers freaked out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. My argument with you during the break, we've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but
Well, wait a minute, let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight, and he's embarrassed. He says, "Oh, why looks like that? Looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight."
And it's also because of the hot spot, right?
That's right. So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light is like, not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. They didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. We have this in TV.
It is really, really crazy. They destroyed all the extra footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission that really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we've got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize credibility of it. They would never.
If you had a say. But also you have to take into consideration that people that back then, there was no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated no one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 million.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
So they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. I mean, if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb that we used it in the war, now let's just destroy it.
It
But
became
they did.
that.
Well, the point
But I
is,
see what you're saying.
yeah, I see what you're saying. 10 years later, it's 1,000 times more powerful.
Right.
So
there's
why
no
would they
reason-
destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that only have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
You know what I'm saying? In 1969,
that saying Occam's razor that the simplest explanation is true is true, but they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it's upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake.
well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
They did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flag and a fake. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. They have complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
Yeah. So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, so you can only tell with an electrical light. We have an eyewitness of Cyrus Eugene Akers. And then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7, Jamie. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone. And in the commotion, my camera operator protected record. So while the camera is in the backseat of the rental car in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, you want to call the CIA Kevin Black. Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian Apollo astronaut have the CIA in his Rolodex? Do you see? That's indirect. That they didn't go wrong, because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went by some silly person who thinks they fake? You see?
Let's hear that.
Yeah, recorded. Yeah. I gave them the time code there. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing into the car.
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is the son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds.
Well,
You get a 23-year-old kid. They're dumbass. They're mad. Their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening. Your dad kicks this guy. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna pull the CIA.
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "The Something Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the moon mission in my home studio, and just quietly wept, oh my gosh, they really did fake it. I freaked out. Like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a son. I'm panicking. I call the found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night. They get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a bat in hell to CNN. I already made a copy of it and put it in safe houses. As I'm leaving church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours since sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by. I'm like, that guy's been waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road. I said, I'm not going anywhere until this guy's in front of me down all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passes me. I follow him. Really the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy waiting to follow me? The day I find the secret. I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark. He'll leave and go home and have a great dinner and I'll think about it tomorrow. As soon as we connect, the car shuts off. The electric engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another. What year is this? This is 1999. I had a Toyota van. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally looping around as I'm running from side to side being chased by this thing. I flag down a cab that takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape through the back door. This is all in my book. They didn't make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by government agents in an unmarked white van who handcuffed me. And I can hear them behind me say, well, where's the thing? I thought, you had the thing. He's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on LSD. To the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was, you see. They put me in a van. They start interrogating me. I escaped their custody. How to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I said, I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been tried by this exotic true serial because I told them everything they wanted to know. You don't have to water pollution. Okay. And I take it to a lab. I give it to a friend to put in the lab in his thing. Right? I'm trying to outwit the CIA, right? I check back with him a few days later. Says, Bart, well, there was a problem at the lab. I'm like, problem. He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. I'm like, yeah, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. And the people at the lab are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before because I've already tried to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really did think that we went.
And how do you know these folks in the government?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something so severe I'm throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab, in the middle of the night and take only thing stolen, your example, gone the next day.
And again, what year was this?
That was 1999.
Yeah.
Truth? You're allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Okay.
allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin. We were talking about before the show, right?
Yeah. Alfalfa tablets help me out a lot. Gotta take like 4 or 5 a day.
So this is 1999.
Yeah.
And this is when you first get a hold of that footage.
That's right.
And did they ask you where you got it? Do you remember anything they asked
I
you?
remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were them?
Right.
And so I was concerned if they would kidnap him and say, we'll give him if you give us the tape.
Right.
So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. You mentioned that. And then the next question, something about copies of the tape, and I don't remember. And, literally, in the middle of the night, running away with these people, X-Files type of things that make movies Sunday about, and just unreal what I went through. And they really did go. They're still keeping up with it. You got to remember what's his name, Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, Deadly at Any Speed. And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put it in airbags. You know what they did? When Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put, they sent FBI agents on him, hound him, to entrap him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter who has proof that they faked the millennium. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them make the millennium in Cannon Air Force Base and even admitted killing them.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. Let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation belt. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk about all the time. This is the number one thing.
Well, they're contradicting themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith, who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people to this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people.
No.
We must develop this technology before he sends people.
I know. I was agreeing with that, but like, so the instruments don't break.
Yeah.
Well, that too.
So that harm people.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
But regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
We found that out that in the full book he said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right,
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost, and they have to recreate it again.
Really, they invented the
explanation.
automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they have to reinvent the automobile.
I'm just like I said, I'm just devil's advocate.
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense. That they
So you said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2024, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth's orbit space travel, it's not existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and never come back to Earth before they tried it out with people? They do it with a monkey. They do it with a chicken. They send anything into space and never come back alive.
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not reported it just to see the outcome was not good.
When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation there.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed with radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing hoax believers? Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes, because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belts. Radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at SuperGround.com where they talk about it as a show from the 1950s where they set up probes with Geiger counters and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose. It broke the Geiger counter because it vibrated so much.
So where
again, these numbers of the of radiation in the Van Allen radiation belts are from the people who make the moon landing. So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is only 16 grams.
That's correct. Okay. How do we know that? Because the people who make the moon landing said so.
What is the source of this? NASA.
How would find out the source if you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out a source. Let's,
How would you?
yeah, that's a good question. How? Why don't you Google how lethal?
well, there's a clip from my book.
Try another one. Try another one. Yeah, it's Henry Van Allen belts.
Right. There's a clip from my book, it's Rothschild.com, that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between deep space and ground.
Now, what is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects over however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes nowhere. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation and from people not getting cancer. So you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically also prevents you from leaving the Earth.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So there's a gap in between the two belts. It says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk. The figures soar well below the Van Allen radiation belt. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is near.
But it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts that through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. We're not doing it the way that worked so well on the Apollo mission.
So what kind of protection would, how thick was the aluminum shield?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of an inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray. At best, or less.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything you can point to that shows that the Van Allen radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you sent us from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. That's in the film of how they can happen all the way to the moon. Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt. And then those book clips I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from, I think it's called Scientific American, from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times the lethal dose. It says, talks about the red, the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the Van Allen radiation belt based on probes they sent up in the late 50s in which the Geiger County probe because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. When Von Braun said there were 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rockets. But all that stuff was buried. other rewriting history to falsify the
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the crowd, to get the radiation belts, to pursue that, and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger, because of the measurements. As we did say, Ryan up there, we did say, different probes up there to figure out how much radiation. That would throw into question whether or not the original emissions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talked about with UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown in football. Like you always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon, go to Mars, and if we have the technology, they're gonna have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation if they're being accurate and honest about it.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. It's intentional, unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready?
Thank you for the follow at Tojisa. Online chaos is sport. The streamer and kick online casino sports betting scam fixed match. Hello, hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of it.
Was it 22? Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you because this is before my podcast. I don't even know.
You emailed me.
Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. I happen to be in LA when you sent me the email.
Ah, synchronicity. Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto-recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing can read the most. That is all.
Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theory. It's not a theory. They did make the moon landing. That's whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. Let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to go on and okay, you're so disappointed. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steal now some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today, more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where there was this bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
20 million people, including 58,220.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into World War II. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the file. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation. Tucker Carlson made that one. Right? And then I read a bunch of them. They're saying it's totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know from NASA, space shuttle, SpaceX, all the amazing engineers. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and watering them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented with acid. It's mind control experiments. But what did they tell the truth? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But we can't let it. Everybody agreed. This one we're going to be this is just what it is, what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so we know it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything, make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than all of us know. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin, Robert McNamara, before he died, got it off his chest, says that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,020 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill a freely elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem making independent journalism on television. The problem is in some houses. See, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why, but still dead, still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but those people are still dead. This is a problem for everybody. And people don't want to give up that candy. And I come along and say, wake up and smell the sugar. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad. Now, people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the Moonlighting fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees in a picture we have to trust. From the federal government. So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than this. I was idolizing the Moonlighting with my father as an Air Force and giving me a passing picture of Apollo 11 as I moved every 2 years from house to house. There was a permanent place of the war on every bedroom wall.
So what changed? What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And when was there a moment?
Yeah, the first moment was, so from the age of, I was asleep in bed. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10 times while leaving there on the moon and being thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey as a Rocket 9 employee, work for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance on and Bob Braun, who said, look, I get it, and Bob Braun and the Pentagon authorities, they are nothing like an wall. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that you go to the moon.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges getting documents to 10,000?
Well, no, because, I mean, so we're going to go over many years.
Yeah, it's really important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number 1 proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning. Because today, with 54 years better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000 to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land on because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule, on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth of computing power cell phones, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right, but they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
But
did.
it's taking more.
But they're not doing right. They're not doing it right. Like during the
Because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
okay, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia, get the first person on the moon. It was a concerted effort by how many scientists, how many people were involved, how many employees, how many overall. It's very compartmentalized, right? How many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
A couple $100,000.
That's a lot of people to organize, to know, to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it.
Well, actually, they are
400,000 at the peak Apollo program employed 400,000 people required to support over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. But everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's done. First of all, Eugene Krebs, flight director, he said at his own mouth that a person in the command center in Houston during the launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and the real time. Can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on the screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell the difference, and how can we as a 10-year-old watch it on our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person they can love in the moon? Tell anybody. And then,
It's like that's, of course, too many people have to know,
but that's,
and it would get out.
no, it wouldn't. If someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to make than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers. But do they know what the CEO knows what the corruption of the bank is? See, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had a million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. So it's much easier to say than people realize. And then people want it to.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that are we can run school by the internet, but the ability to search things, just read debunking, scientific papers, all these different things that are available on the internet. Just we're not available. And you knew either what you learned at school, or the government, or your employees told you, your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today. There's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about Gulf then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it did happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. And they wrapped it up and said the Harvey Oswald back. Without the Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, wait a minute, this guy going back and forth to Russia? Jack Ruby was in the bomb. What the fuck really happened here? Back in 1969, this was an innocent country. There's a different way to do it, much different way of looking at it.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government, they just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the movement because they had complete control over the media, and the public wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA command center couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and real
They
life.
also had a history of thinking. They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt and had to get to it. Well, no, getting power cells on it. They can only send out cells on it. Instead, they did that, came back with the new core. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being sensitive. They printed it on stamps and coins on the university. If that's true, that's so much more profound than had they actually done. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this thing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. That's not what you can do. These people are in charge right now. They did everything. And if you don't believe me, go to SitRep.com. 17 clips for free.
Have you had these debates with people who think you definitely want to look at your page or something?
Well, the most interesting comment I got was I showed all this proof to a college professor from a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight. Whereas they didn't go through all this proof. The footage we got.
That doesn't mean they did go. It means that photograph is real.
Okay. Right with the pictures we take of the really
But then you could make the argument that the radiation damage the cameras weren't able to get photographs and seeing it as a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare take any of it.
I think they had a lot more photographs back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. You know the famous one, the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in simulation where he's doing a drill, he's attached to wires, and then they just use the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space
Or
before that? Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
a space bomb.
But what we have is them faking being half-asleep.
Right, but they do things like the space bomb. They do things like the Space Center. So
Yeah.
that's where it gets confusing.
Well,
right?
they can't leave her.
That's where it gets confusing. So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation levels. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that, something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts.
heard that. I don't know if it's not confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operation, Google that, what is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that like they shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort with the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962, was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is? That's right. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnston Atoll, a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaii time. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind the blowing up the fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
They were
everything.
to go to the moon. They knew that the radiation
Was this connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open up waves.
Look what it says there.
To go through.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii, about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 street lights. Holy shit! setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave slave. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out three lights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Hawaii to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircraft were operating in support of Starfish Prime, the Johnson Atoll area, and across the nearby North Pacific region. A few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it say why they were doing so? I'm interested to see what it's like, Jim. give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, it began in response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because they had moratoriums. Aliens killed aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up. Well, that's the whole about that man. Hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they started dropping bombs in cities, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through that radiation. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not a full, it's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top. This is correct. But yeah, but then what happens to that's the only way you can do it to get through those holes. That's right. And that is a flight plan directly through. That's why they launched the Southern. Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are sheep. Well, just at Brown.com, I just leave right now. But you're right there, so I just give you the opportunity. That's what they would say to you. That the clip there is a Kelly Smith, who's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000. Huge band of radiation that astronauts have to go through and through and back. First he said that it's dangerous, and then he said that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon back and survive has yet to be. Let's listen to him. And when did he say this? I think he said that but that would be the argument against let's go. Navigation and guidance. They're headed 3600 miles above Earth. 18 times higher than the International Space. We get further away from Earth, past the demand out, area, dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can form the guidance systems on computers or other electronics on the run. Naturally, we have to test for the dangers of the device. So, let's solve these challenges before we send people to this region of space. Let's solve these challenges before we send people to this region. Let's solve these challenges before we send people to this region. Did you just say that over and over again? Yeah. Okay, all right. You see that? Those are wrong.
But he says he must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that
No, that's video from.
What's that?
Video.
Yeah, what is it? When was he? You said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step toward going to the moon.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project on the moon in 2014, just not its focus.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they send mannequins to radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through the space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been
Well, that's
invented.
not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters, but when he was just saying it was dangerous, he specifically talked about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of going to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go.
Well,
so he didn't mention it.
it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then again, you open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to pilots. Even if you, like I'm saying, even if you say that, even if you're not either. He did say people before we said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, that would be dangerous.
Well, they also repeat before we send people.
But it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous. They're
Trying
trying
to
to.
be. With this Genesis from Brad. Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11. What we know about the shielding that it had.
They got 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. It would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon and an hour to minutes. So
what would that be the equivalent to roughly in terms of like X-ray?
it would be 100 times more than a leak, according to their own reports, which are documented at Supreme.gov. All for free. You go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that supposedly? Well, what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a
Yeah, there are allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon. In fact, the footage we uncovered shows them faking the pathway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proved that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking the pathway to the moon.
But whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's stated 2 days into the flight where they're
I'll
supposed
show
to
the
be
video.
halfway to the moon.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steal that, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things and they're training all day long to do a whole bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in lower orbit. Focus on one of those circular windows. Put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window. And practice that way. So that way, to make sure you get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight, so they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Yeah, okay, so let's.
You're really bad at
I'm just trying, I'm just giving.
Yeah,
you have to,
here's
right?
something
Don't you
about-
think I have to?
No, you don't. No, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 54
Right
years.
here, everybody has. This is where you're wrong.
No, their side of the story. You've heard that the moon landings are real.
You've heard that.
So
But
we
you
they
have
don't need extras.
It's not that. There's people today that are in the scientific community that believe it's real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to eat on your people.
Okay, well, let me tell you something else
look
about
at
the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logic could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logical would be that they're practicing. Yeah. Oh, this is one you compare back and forth, right? Correct. I mean, isn't there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, you could go to Rothschild, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the moon man video. Focus on smoking gas. I just gave you the time to on the most significant causes to do the side-by-side.
And the side-by-side comparisons.
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens is empty glass, and that's the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of the special effects and the lights come up and you see.
Okay, so this is the exact same size image.
Correct.
Roughly the same distance.
So on the left, he claims, and this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space, halfway to the moon looking back. And then on the right is the outtakes where the lights come up. You see that the camera and that's part of the Earth outside of the circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it. And that's the tape on the left-hand side. You're about to see Michael Collins break down part of the
So this is
special
where
effect.
this is what I want to do.
Yeah,
So this is where okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right, so now there's
That's
people
not it.
standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it, so there's other stuff going on. So something that you're filming a room, and then
That's
whatever
really the window. That's an arm.
window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's how the picture is shown because
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth, a circular window? No, I mean, you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
another photographer believes it's like a transparency of there's a circular
Let's let
window.
this play out. Let's let this play out. So
That's the window. The point is, it's the window.
Back it up a little.
They're using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows,
And it
makes
looks
it look
like
like it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are, 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 and 2018 they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's they lie about it. And they they say in the audio we're 130,000 volts away.
Right, and then they also say, which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the earth and it fills up with the TV camera, meaning
Right.
the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights on.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the earth outside the window. It's very ingenious.
Let's play that so we can hear the words. Okay, we can hear them say that. It's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, what could they possibly be doing? This is you.
Yeah.
Where can we find the raw video?
The raw video is that a funny thing happened on the website. We're out on the page.
That's his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's
No, go to Sabrel.com.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, we don't allow us to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you set up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation of the radiation bombs they should have had. Years ago, they had some. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this. He said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you set probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun, the temperature of the sun is a military secret. And you set probes to Jupiter to find out how much the Jupiter's atmosphere and how much leak. Is it a military secret? So the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth, the radiation I would, as if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't do it. Or,
We spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? That's the real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization. Yeah, it really is. I have a t-shirt too, don't you?
oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's real, a t-shirt, actually. So, but no, there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spin your own money, bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around. They don't know how to get through the radiation belt that we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
Well, they sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as
They would know the radiation.
So they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they get now, we both agree, right? So if you way better data, then you got 1963. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yes, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation belts when they were talking about instrumentation.
Start at 30 before.
My point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation also is dangerous to biological things?
Well, of course, that's why there's man and kids orbiting the moon instead of people.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific X-ray machines back in the day, when they were first started using X-rays, they didn't know that they were fucking doing that. That was like horrible X-ray, and that's from work. Regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was their primary concern. It could be accurate, especially if the person was unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. Unless you're fantastic cool, right? You go through it, you get superpowers, right? That would happen to that.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology.
Yeah,
exploded the first atomic bomb in 1945. Just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1 million computing power cell phones, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there would be bases all over.
That's the only interesting part of it. One of the facts that there's no other technology from 1969 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster to produce today.
Except it's just because it was a bluff, like a poker.
Okay, so let's play the video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is really strange. So this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before we get played. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and everything analog computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of the special effects shot that's making me halfway to the moon, there's a third critical audio, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear
Why do you believe this is CIA?
us, whoever is helping them fake the moon mission. And so, just NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece in counts off 4 seconds now. 2, 3, 4. And we hear a third track of audio, not NASA, not the astronauts, which has this kind of walkie-talkie radio kind of stuff. He says, and then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating that fake, let's play a 4-second radio delay to make it appear they're beyond recording. Okay, let's play. So that's really the window of the spacecraft, right? Let's argue.
The reason this was done is so that the team it is this. So the general have you believe that this would be this was instead of the lens, such a window behind it, outside of which it is completely filled with the earth. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the earth at its sides, with the dark angles of the spacecraft appearing through the blackness of space around it. That is why they want to be utility of that earth. Here you can see probably 2 inches of the This is because the earth shape is coming out of the ground. It also causes the earth to appear to be a triangular shaped circle, where you can see on the outside of the earth and the inside of the earth, which together form 2 different sized halves of the circle. This happens. As they projected the shape, first the shape of black material was preset slightly to the limit to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator dividing 96. It is uncannily impossible. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for worldwide television awards, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong unveils himself as he states that he's 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the master flight also states on this day, when he is the This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out, and the scene was being filmed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently it popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused workload that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up,
Yo, dog.
and you can see the real location of the camera, and the very bright and near.
Yo, dog. Can you hear? Yo,
Here is the slate for the
Yo.
19th of July.
yo.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
if you go
here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. I mean, you can walk around outside in the dark. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflected light because of the oceans, it's glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. It probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras they had back then would be to do it that way. Block out everything in the room and to film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
Right.
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that
That
small.
window.
No, but stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is, okay? And the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big-ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Tim. Do you think the moon landings are real?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
wait a
to you,
minute. I just want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying. You're not giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. You wouldn't, even if the difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make big scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to 3 pins.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't do.
Well, you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around in the
And
window.
the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that
Well, they said
illusion.
they said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing. And the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. It's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of the circular window, and it looks totally like the Earth floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jim, go ahead.
In the video, it says there's this line graph,
Yeah, so that,
No, they have transparency or something.
that's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between the night and day. I think it looks very good.
could have been a transparency, but that line is very, creative. What it would look like if it wasn't a sunset,
Well, yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top
And
end.
like, if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving, it would have to be hard to set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around with the window.
They only, like Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know, I was thinking, if that's what I thought it was, I would, why not just recreate the big scene, I guess.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in Earth. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was that looked at in the flight. Sorry?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to plan. They used
With the
calculation.
with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna
Not
take it.
necessarily, they may want some.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Well, this one's a weird one. And to me, this was like, the only thing that I could say, if I was going to steal man, would be what I said, was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window, it was covering the window. And if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way it's filmed correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window, because it is covering the window. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window, it's looking out the window, you blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright, because it's 4 times bigger than the moon, and twice as close, because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong's rocket, because he's 130,000 miles out, you see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
That's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really? Because they're 30,000 miles out.
They had a policy of deception in terms of function, which it seems like this. Even though they did that, I'm just steel man. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing's fake, right?
Well, if I
Right,
were
so
to,
it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space taking the shot.
Yes,
they're faking being halfway
Which is why it's
from
so
the Earth.
bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
I'm getting more confused on how people protect that. I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. They did go, Jamie, you need to catch the fuck up on that.
Well, look at this part here. Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the look right inside of the spacecraft, either that or it's a giant look right.
No, I mean, it's definitely, it's obviously worthwhile.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins writing down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
Okay,
This
but
one.
let's be honest with what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right.
But
So that's the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claim a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
Right.
halfway to
I
the
have to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of the transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's
You
that
see them moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the
in front
point
of
is
that
that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm
Okay,
agreeing with you. That's some of the deception.
there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space, correct? Which means they're faking being halfway to the moon,
Not
which
necessarily.
they would never
Not
do if they
necessarily.
really went halfway to the
Not
moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look at the thing goes bright. This is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's, a giant room. It's just a few feet from the
Actually,
window.
they're three spacecrafts coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where they are,
8
right,
to 10 feet away from the moon.
that's pretty small. This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where there are screens that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space, it's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in
The
space.
blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not 100%.
What they're gonna do, so we've included,
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we included. We included that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jim. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. But they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth, looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so the Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the Steelman. I mean, I know this is annoying.
You mean Steelman means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is, how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but we will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles.
There's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I want to see the trailer, but they talked about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that they're commuting with aliens with a secret crew or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right. They really went to the moon.
They wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying it was fake. They wouldn't dare any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden, you see that black and
They
white
wouldn't
image.
dare fake it was real. This is where we disagree. Because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment. If you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film? Well, but doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They
But
drove
listen,
cars on the moon.
that's
They
not what I'm
golfed
saying.
on the
But
moon.
that's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
We're in agreement on this. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that, because many filmmakers, like myself, agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They show so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 and Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
Yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
well,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
His
if it wasn't, if the guy wasn't
son-
here, if
his
the
son-
guy wasn't here,
his son cooperates it. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying about to meet his mentor, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Chevron.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a co-worker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came in and they interrogated him. He's dying. Wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person. A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitness the filming of the fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell the report. And I killed him. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He was right across the street from him. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, who were allowed in the VIP interviews to eyewitness. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago. Threatened to kill him and his family if they were questioning him about his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually for the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon.
Now, we should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did to Josh. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still he can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead. He had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the presidents. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining of the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything. Because the higher-ups knew they were going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't told the astronaut yet. And that's why they were fixing
This is
it.
your belief.
Well, that's, her conclusion as well. Right. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he fixed the lemon beside the cocaine. And this thing is a lemon piece of gum, made from evil news. And a few days later, he died. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Hun, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the world. I don't know why they're here to inspect you. Never seen him here before. He's dead the very next day." His widow told me he was murdered by the chief. The man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing while I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the chief. So it's one thing if they fake the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I tell you, it's my their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And that's what 3 guards. Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they fake the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. That's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are, and the type of guest you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, is to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman to be in some other country, where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans. Right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, according to Betty Grissom. They take a third of our income, they deceive us through a moon landing, and then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who still Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in the accident. Right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she believed her. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband said CIA agents are messing around with equipment the day before, and he said the next day they bought the equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground test with pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of boiling reactions. So that they were to us. And then I got this one report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Chaffee's widow from this facility. And there was a different right before it was time because the CIA plants in there, start the fire, they ignited it,
So where's this evidence that there was a different power?
well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
If there was a different power.
And I was because something was happening right that the CIA raised the previous day, and that's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so if they would make sure it might be able to get out, it would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of the
They could say
design and phase of space?
testing something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire was started? And what was the evidence that the oxygen did increase the environment?
Well, that's the thing. They knew not to do that. They did hospitality.
Where did you hear this from?
Well, she told me it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen around.
Well, they did 100% oxygen.
And did they say why?
They was just
And so that it applied merits.
That's right. They rigged it with the oily rags that are there, with the virtue that they did everything they could to make sure that they get rid of the guy, because Gus Grissom has a to fake the moon landing. He was in no way. The same reason my source, Congress in Jamaica, killed his co-worker, because his co-worker witnessed Apollo 11 being flown in Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. And this was for the government to do this. He was going to tell reporters. The very same reason.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son.
But there's also,
yeah,
some people get old. When you get old, you do some crazy things.
Nothing that crazy to say, look, we verified he was the chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he was dying. I don't know if he had dementia. You know what I'm saying? Like, people could, but I'm not
Are
saying.
you sure he didn't work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories
You just
are
said
awful.
that.
Their memories are good?
You just said it.
Yeah, but so most people's memories aren't that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, then maybe you have full-blown dementia, or maybe you imagine things. That's also possible. I mean,
And that's an odd thing to
a deathbed
say.
confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the moon-landing front. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their names. They don't know their kids. People are dying. They're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. So
We articulated a lot of
fascinating. And could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard run for the deathbed confession about the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos, if you have a queued up video, is his son giving his death, right, as he's dying, of what he saw his father said. He says, I lived right across from Cannon Air Force. All the love pieces. He shows us a picture of his dad. He was there.
Yeah.
And what Bill Casey said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casey said the whole landing classification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Canada Air Force. I be eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their special ops intelligence division headquarters. It's headquarters. Canada Air Force. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed that several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Hemingway. Never heard of the guy. Science fiction who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real, for his whole life saying the moon landing was real. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's #1 source that UFOs are real. I have a book coming out about this as well on the website. He says his #1 source that UFOs are real. How do astronauts sense? See that? And,
Which one, Edgar Mitchell?
well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others.
And let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. And this is great. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming back. It's been a lot of fun. And I hope you don't mind being more. But I have to. Because like you cover this. We'll get into
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll take a leak. We'll be right back. So, we were at Gus Grissom died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report. And you know, this 500-page report about how badly mismanaged the whole Apollo program was. And that he saw so many flaws in it because he never got it off the ground. And then
Thomas Barrett.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrett, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
With his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fast. And there was a big fad period where a lot of people cars started train crashes. I think back then this was before DNA evidence, to get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Neenah, Arkansas, that found cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie. With, what was that guy's name again? That Jamie Barry Seals. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off into Neenah, Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
There's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landing.
Well, he said it in a very coy way,
Right? That's what he said.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969, and how amazing it is that these guys, these people who go in on them, and the carpenter said, "Now those TV fellows can get you to believe anything." And I don't believe a thing they said. And he said, "Back then I thought the old guy was a crank." I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing, I think that was first word.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant.
Word for word, I'm sure.
Well, here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair, the reporter asked him, you know what he said, right? Well, because of, meaning because I could get away with it. This is what people need to see. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? And these people are still in power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
Well, this could be their excuse.
Okay, so here's another question.
You murder Americans to do that?
Allegedly murder Americans.
Well,
we assume. Yeah, we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barron was a wild one because that report was buried, correct? After that, that's right. And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
well, basically, he said, like Gus Grissom said, they're a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fire. Their report, of course, he died right before he was testifying to Congress. That's what it was.
Yes.
About how NASA was so far behind schedule. NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history. Except the most complicated mission of all time, they were ahead of schedule. And you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion, not even the Wright brothers plane, and a 747 after millions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 160 heated tests to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological, living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, for setting the goal of doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
But the actual
And
launch.
since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that, you'd also say, because it's not as focused an effort. It's not like.
Well, it is a focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they also.
You had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, and Obama said it, and Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They all said we're going to return. Yeah, we said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
We've got a couple months left.
Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon in 2018, 100% behind schedule.
My point
And they only have mannequins orbiting them.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet. that's much more. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years.
Yeah. Just keep their position. Like, it took so much money, so many resources that we don't have. We'd be better served going to other things, and that's why they haven't did that. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand that they can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereof. All they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned site on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes.
So that isn't proven.
That's the argument.
Well, you're welcome. I did. Thank you.
That is the argument. All right.
Yeah.
And so the argument is the laser reflectors proof. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you?
Well, yeah, I
pointing
mean,
at?
you have to understand, they already faked a full-body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was filmed in Clovis, New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a ticket?
Yeah.
You're saying after faking a full-body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon,
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from a alleged lunar satellite.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. What does it show? No, what does it show? You know? What do you say? I could just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. What are you going to say? You don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove. It doesn't, in my opinion.
Well, here's another. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box. The curator saw my film, said, oh, I wonder about that. He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's testified to what kind of a theory.
Yes, that's a fact.
So unless there's trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that says moon rock proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter asked. So it's a little amateur thing. What about the little mission?
Okay, to steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister? And
he personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. It's in a box. That's not much chain of command to get messed
the
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that, and is it possible someone stole and swapped it out? Possible. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. So you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and someone else didn't.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they allegedly go to the moon for the very first time, somehow at that deadline, Von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica,
Yeah, that's a
where
fun.
he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all the frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up. And maybe the orbit, the South Pole, is more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites. And a lot of them that you conclusively prove come from Antarctica. Correct? Is that all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those little rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him, I think, right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi uniform. And it's right after he got captured and brought over an Operation Paperclip.
That's
I
how
was wondering how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got, bombed and, got pulled out of rubble. And it was just,
could have been we love Hitler so much, you think?
yeah, or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing this salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people have denied. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. The Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive, that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for translation. Right. He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, 5 slowest Jews in the rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket factory. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. Say he was just a rocket maker, he had nothing to do with that, but he was and he
in charge of the
moon thinking. Not just one.
He also said before he died that the government is planning on an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that. That the next.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, his secretary says so.
She might be doing coke, she's making stories up. She might be a scammer.
She seems sincere to me.
She might try to.
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next. I'm thinking it will be.
That's what he said.
And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real. Also, the key people who are saying this. And so is
Robert key people. Well, Edgar Mitchell was one of them.
And Robert Eminem made films, propaganda films to plant the seeds that UFOs are real, and he was asked to me.
Okay, can I assume that then by what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s? What
I don't
about
know about that.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top 2 UFO research. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time with this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And the UFOs are real, and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades-long research. So go to Sabral.com and
So where do they think they're from? They're not from outer space.
They're interdimensional. And potentially, like an angel, disguising themselves of something like you said can't be proven or disproven. I'm from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of a tough question. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here. And he thinks this is what's kind of
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're from heaven. And that's what I talk about. When they're talking about fallen angels moving through the humans, it's talking about in Genesis 6 and creating a race of Nephilim who are men of renown
interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans. Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence. Or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence, or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind, move the cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has, how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing people. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms and complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and it will be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. In case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has like, it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, and what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program, or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply because we have the possibility. And then we show the Titanic that says the ship God himself. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made one voyage. And then Richard Nixon, who knew they were not on the moon, that putting a man on the moon is the greatest event. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment and the world-leading countries is putting a man on the moon. How ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized that it really did affect the landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. Because I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 of its gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly, it doesn't have a wind, or that definitely doesn't have the kind of wind that blows around a flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving.
Yeah, there's one.
So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very low gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth gravity. So things definitely, even 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving the breeze.
Well, that's my opinion. They had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed from what we call it the back. It was very hot in there, and they had a lot of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the Braille.com. There's a clip of the flag going to the moon.
Here's
a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organization. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen. So they took the footage, they put it on a big screen. You've got to understand 1969 projector technology is very low.
It looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor. So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know that that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage.
Right, I mean, Gilligan's Island went to
in terms
color
of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
Why didn't they not have color? Let's just say it's easier to do in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is, to cover up the fact that it's done in the movie studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is, instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't, because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generation.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's some of the funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
Who knows that? Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, you may not want to show it.
So it's in that movie. You put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one, Apollo 5, that's me. This one's pretty good, I think, Apollo 15. Click on that one, Jimmy. Apollo 15, no, Jimmy, back. Where it says Apollo, no, I said the one that says Apollo 15, right there, that's it, yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color, he plants it, it still looks shitty, then he plants it, and let's get a look at it, so this is it. So this thing's kind of just waving on its own, no one's even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. So it stops moving and then starts moving again. Now, again, there's one
that shows that even more so than that.
Yeah.
An astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and when the flag blows without any touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further is this going? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one when we got lost by it. It's going to breeze. Here it goes. Does it show it where it walks by? There it is. It's back there. Did you see the image? Where? There it is. Right there. There it is. See that? Yeah. So watch that again. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag fly.
Because he's in an air environment.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, He doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do a devil's advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steel.
Okay, because the reason why it's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting him.
What?
That's a pretty good one.
Is that real?
Not quite.
Oh, I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is micrometeor.
Well, actually, von Braun, we found publications of this. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeor. So they were there 3 days. There's a 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 35,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave and see it. They never did that. He also said, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, so 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right? What year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what von Braun said in one of my clips at Sabral.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it with a rocket that contained 1/30,000th of a percent of the amount of fuel von Braun said?
One of my favorite films is the film of the human when it leaves, when the camera pans, and it looks. Let's show. What year was that? Which?
I think that was one of the last missions, and I think we talked about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize? Of course, you could.
Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
But it'd probably be more than that overall together.
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5 second delay. So this is it. So this is launching all 3 buses.
We perfectly tilting up with it in real time. It's just with the remote control from NASA with the radio delays, and I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
But also,
because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just a halfway around the world.
you could the panning is interesting, but you could put time on it. The thing looking so goofy. So crazy that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, "Hey, do you think this is real or fake?" and you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, "What is this? It's a cheap science fiction movie. What is this?" And then here it goes. Like, that's leaving the planet. How would we? Is it some new space technology? Look at fire coming out of the bottom of it. How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake. Right? It's not, doesn't say the time. Somebody in Houston has one. I guess we could have guessed. Could he have guessed? I have no idea what he was using that. I guess you could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5. And so then you count 10. Because he's going to, you got like a 5 second delay. And so when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3-second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3 seconds. Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He
So
has
going-
to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now. He has to wait 5
It
seconds.
would be at least a 12-second delay, I think, possibly more than that. The delay itself with the radio, microwave there, that plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you had a stopwatch and you counted it and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of the field of view and the footage. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jimmy, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by string.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. But watch how this pulls up. There it goes. It detaches. It looks like. What is that? Now, here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Or could they?
I don't think they
Because
did.
they couldn't.
practiced landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity's so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right?
Well, they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried and true environment. And that was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the
Well, they
Moon.
took that into account because it was supposed to be a simulation of it.
So it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity and Earth's. Yeah. So then you're dealing with a totally different machine. And you're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth gravity. Maybe easy with
Apparently what?
Well, 1/6, I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the Moon if it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth? Like, what are those calculations? And how is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, see, they claim that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you try that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries up today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles. If I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning of much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams of hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him, the landings are fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD, and projected at 120 feet wide. He said, give us a couple of days, and in those days, every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. So if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that, there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on when he almost died? Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy. So it was a timing fit. So several second delay. Here it goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, It was felt that several second delay between Earth and the Moon would make capturing the modules of Senate impossible, so the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right. On Apollo 15, the tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place. While the cameras worked perfectly, it was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of the picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. If you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending, the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, he's really making out. Do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that George Washington was the first president, not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there that took tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landing. If it's so obvious, things to speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? Was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they couldn't practice.
Right, so
They
they,
did it the first time.
Did
They obviously every single time.
did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No,
Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and at that time they did it, was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon.
so they every time fly over.
With a person in it, with two people in it, three, no, two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. You know about that.
But hold on, before we go on. So the first two were in America? And so, is it footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets into the air. Because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in that thing, it was very different than the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has on the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? Or where is the engine? Where is the rockets that propel that thing in space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. And so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 130,000% of the fuel that Alan Brown's looking at? Why is it today, before we go to the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return? Somehow they did it in 1 trip.
Right? Oh, okay. Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth? Right. So you certainly could make something that's obviously first person. That's small. That's good. That's like some kind of video. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know.
Let's talk about the AI the latest break from the news.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. They have all these conferences, video conferences, video equipment conferences, 2 conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you could crowd a car driving around the track at least 150 miles an hour and somehow never makes the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI. A bunch of AIs hooked up together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel. Another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. Never been wrong. First, they sent it pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago. Said they're real. And then they said it in comparison. Pictures from an explosion. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. Fake background, fake foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. But the AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walks because they were stamped in with the miniature. And that the entire set was either real with a miniature of the set. So,
Where is this AI? Where can someone see that?
Go to Sadrell.com. I wrote an article about it, and there's a video of it of Putin himself being shown the results that the latest AI since the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and will be associated with child pornography. That says that. I have go to Sadrell.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are, because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on our feet? Their president was there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 lunar module taken off?
Well, I don't know that they showed us that footage, but they showed us still pictures from the Apollo mission, and they showed us still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. They said the Chinese probe pictures are real. The Apollo pictures are the smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program.
How is that not public? How is that not major news?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News canceled their #1 program if they're in the business to make money? We had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News called me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, and therefore they said, see the rest of the thing. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't mention that. Do you think RT is
Who said it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian Space Agency.
Who is it?
His name is Dmitry Rothschild. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News called me up. They had to put out that file. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And even if your book and movie proved that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And
Your
then,
network.
well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there.
It's the neural network thinks almost everything is photos fake. Meanwhile, it breaks. Back up. Back it up again. This neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. That's the moon landing thing. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. They believe this one's fake. This claims to be Apollo. Yes, look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc., and then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
He's not surprised, so he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese space agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that these politicians are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not to win the mission. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, and the Chinese would have found out, and would have blown this. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I can upload it to the internet and take them down, and then that'll be it. Or I can blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center of the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage. You see that? Russia does. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotions, he's afraid. He looks at me. But the truth is going to come. Now, you see, and RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT, so I did the comment section. I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year on there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 5. I leave a comment, hey guys, why did you cover that the latest AI, your Google says that the new missions are fake? They won't let you go to the original rules. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He's practically sworn. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go in the middle. I said, you get a broadcast. He thought, he says, I can't. I don't want to go down the history of the man who caused the next show. He says this was outrageous. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage and says, proof he didn't go to the middle. I'm flying to New York. They put me up in a rollover story of a track. They paid me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license for that footage. And they said, Art, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. I'm like, well, why is that? No, you see? So, people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big loser. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said, even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think it's not. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. It did take the moon landing on government US.
Okay, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows here. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They look at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles you can have for something. It's debatable. So let's talk about it. So,
Okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claim it was taken in sunlight. After all, the sun atmosphere is 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing we use is electrical light. And the astronaut's shadow is going at 12 o'clock at a rock 50 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection proving that was taken with an electrical light really close, and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of the law. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture on the left, turn off the lights in the courtroom, bring in the spotlights, and be proved in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different directions? When people try to debunk it, I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it. What is their?
I've never heard it yet, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from National Mechanical Magazine, popular mechanics interviewed me, and they said, I can't explain it. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we shot. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting, on the 30th anniversary, some people have the moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he said, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He said, like this. That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
How would it be?
Yeah.
The photo I know, I'm behind them. Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo is not as interesting. That's one.
Go to
It
the
is
side
there.
by side though. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
There's, well, my book, which is interactive, has 7 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my show. And what they did was, you can find that clip, it's under Sabral.com, Moonlight Video Clip. And they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out a spotlight. And they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. You know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why did they go out to the desert during the sunlight? You see, they brought in a spotlight, the shadows diverged, and they said it proved that the moon landings are
But
real.
that's a light that's a closed source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. Because they, what's that?
You just go to the desert from the stage and inspire skies that you have to go out and walk away.
Well, it doesn't matter. The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
That's what I was trying to get us from the photo here, which is very similar to the other photo. It looks like the sun is over behind it, the bright source that they have around them. You already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective. So there's going to be reflections on that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, and at different angles at the sun rays to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything. So I'm not a math scientist, know where the sun is, where the sun and Earth stars. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really. Because the
No,
sun,
why not?
well, I'll tell you what. Because the sun is a million times bigger in volume than we are. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. You think you're going to see these if you can hear it, not until the next one is going to look.
Right,
Wait a
the
minute.
difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloudy day. You're not missing the view of the sun.
The thing is, though,
And the
Jamie,
surface, take it from the filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna pass the distinctive shadow.
yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
Right, that's why. And this is the reason I wanted to go to different photos, because that's the one we send us other stuff on, and it's not different photos.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It has shadows going in different directions all over.
That's because it's taken with electrical light.
But it does seem that they're going in different directions.
Yes, all over.
Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taking electrical light change. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. The point here, right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left. Going to the right, over here on the right.
Well, who says it's sunlight?
Right,
That's your sunset.
If you had electrical light,
If it were sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. That's actually proving it's an electrical, because sunlight is parallel.
yeah, it's, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
You guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like,
But you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be a reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander evaluation? Maybe.
We don't
know, but that's part of the problem.
All the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow. It's coming
There's
from the
one
person.
at the bottom right there that goes down for 2 different angles.
That's kind of
That means an electrical light.
well,
Why? Because I just showed you what a picture looks like.
Why would it be electrical light? There's lots of light sources.
see, that's true.
Well,
That's true.
I mean,
But there's also hot spots.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
If it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means that actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake
So
it out.
what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended. And so these are going to pass light in different directions. And it's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions.
Right.
Or if there's 1 light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast the shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast the shadow straight ahead. If you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle in the light in a different angle, and the shadow in a different angle.
And okay, and so this one is just one.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Look at the original on eBay. They color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background raised blue. And they said, oh, you can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected them. Go to eBay, go to your library, find the publication from 1970, and you'll see, and all the lunar pictures, the originals, and there's one there. There's a brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown, right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I have, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous run of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil was caramel brown, because that's the what it really is.
Right,
They
but
color corrected them.
if you landed a probe in the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin, you're going to get different ground, different color ground, right? Would we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? Because the man on the moon was like.
Well, and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shape.
Right, well, because they're in that spot where it's
But
that
you
color.
have to see there's a before and after of that same picture. The original picture, we have to find it on eBay. The original picture,
Don't you think it's online?
could be, but we have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
I think because eBay is the most trusted source of
Well,
information. There's no way.
what we need is the original prints that came out in 1969. And those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, it's corrected.
Then why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was raised blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake background so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be no image.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what's the instances of that you can show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they're about, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people have put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the background's line up. Right. So,
Yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but different backgrounds. So,
yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
yeah, I want to see more. And that was it actually Google's AI?
Yeah, it was. It was Google's neural network.
And
Most
that's,
advanced. So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or which do you think?
well, for the photographs, this brings me back to the day of some earlier thing. Look, the Hasselblad cameras that they use to photograph things. One of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things that they could operate under incredible temperature. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. Someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that he left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, so what temperature does photographic print make Kodak take from that time? You know, what temperature is it? Something like 145 degrees. Well, that's 100 degrees hotter than that on the little picture.
Right, how long does it take for
Oh, it could be immediate. Yeah. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the lipid? You know, it says yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it's probably from?
What was different about the cameras that were used in the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers created a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it. Right. Right.
Okay, but the most significant part about it, when my film came out, Fox was going to carry it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers reached out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. My argument with you during the break, we've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but
Wait a minute, let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed them. It was Conspiracy Theory Did We Go to the Moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They showed him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And he's embarrassed. Looks like he's standing under the electrical spotlight.
And it's also because of the hot spot, right?
That's right. So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light, not a.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. You know, they didn't have that much actual. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. We have the TV.
It is really, really crazy. Because they destroyed all the original footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission that really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no, because people are already saying we're doing this. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of it. It would never.
If you have said, But also you have to take into consideration that people that back then, there was no VCRs. They were hairless ones, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated no one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and try and predict it.
I ever heard the devil's advocate excuse him, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 billion investment.
That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
No, they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. I mean, if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb at the Book. We used it in the war analysis to destroy it.
Yeah, because other people don't have it.
Well, the point
I
is,
see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
10 years later, it's 1,000 times more.
Right.
So why
no
would they
reason-
destroy that technology unless they're covering it?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that don't have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
You know what I'm saying? In 1969,
that saying Occam's razor that the simplest explanation, Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it's upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake.
well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret. All these years.
They did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flag and a fake. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. It's complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future, right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with electrical light. We have an eyewitness of silent TV. And then there's another clip, I think it's clip 7, Jake. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beat red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone. And in the commotion, my camera operator recorded. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car, in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, you want to call the CIA out of the way. Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA? And why would a civilian astronaut have the CIA in Rolodex? You see, that's indirect that they didn't go to them, because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went? I took some person who thinks they can. You see?
Let's hear that.
Yeah, recording? Yeah. I gave them the time code. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So there's your comment to card.
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is his son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds are.
Well,
You get a 23-year-old kid they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got pumped. You know, the whole thing's happening. Dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy, and we'll see it.
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them taking part of the movement in my home studio and just quietly wept, oh my gosh, you really did fake it. I freaked out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate. I panicked. Oh, of course. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, well, I'd like to get out to see it. I already made a copy of it and put it in the safe house. As I leave the church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed 3 hours at sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by it. I say, I'm looking for him. I pull over to the side of the road. I say, I'm not going anywhere. Because I was just running. I'm not. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passes me. I follow him. No, the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy? Waiting to follow. The day I find the secret book. I look at him in the eye. It looks like a great white shark who killed me and go home and have a great dinner. As soon as we connect, the car shuts off. The electric engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another. This is 1999. I had a Toyota Rothschild. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally looping around as I'm running from side to side. I flag down a cab. He takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape to the back door. It was all in my book. Maybe they'll make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by a government agent in an unmarked white van who handcuffed me. And I could hear them behind me saying, well, where's the thing? I thought, you might use that thing. But I'm wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something to get me going to the hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what I'm saying. See? They put me in a van. They started interrogating me. I escaped their custody. You've got to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I'm going to show my news director that he sees that I could drive by this inside. Who's sure? Because I told them everything they wanted. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. And I take it to a lab. I get it to a friend to put in the lab petition. Tried to outwit the CIA, right? Right. I checked back with him a few days later, said the article was a problem that filled out. And I'm like, oh, problem? He says, well, I had a break-in over the weekend. And I said, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. Because the people at the lab are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before. Because I'm already trying to convince people of a very difficult truth. They really did fake the moon.
And how do you know these folks in the documentary come?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something so severe I was throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab. You know, in the middle of the night, they take only thing stolen was my minutes out. Gone the next day.
And what year was this?
That was 1999. Truth? You're allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Okay.
allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin.
Yeah. Alfalfa tablets, something out of that. Gotta take like 4 or 5 a day.
So this is 1999, and this is when you first get a hold of that footage.
That's right.
And did they ask you where you got it? What, do you remember anything they asked
I
you?
remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were back?
Right.
And so I was concerned that they would kidnap him and say, we'll give you him if you give us the case. So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where is your son? Very first question. And then the next question, something about copies of the tape, and I don't remember. And, literally, in the middle of the night, running away from these people, X-Files type of things that, make a movie someday about. And it's just unreal what I went through. And they really did them. They're still keeping up with it. You gotta remember what's his name, Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, which was Deadly at Any Speed. And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 for a car to put it in the care bags. You know what they did? When Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put, they sick behavior. How him to trap him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in the car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter who has proof that they shake them away. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them, faked them away in an Air Force base, and even admitted to killing them.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. Let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk all the time. It's the number one thing.
Well, they're contradictory themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith, who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people to this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people. No. We must develop this technology before we send people to the region.
Yeah.
No, that too.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
Regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
We found that out there in the full safety that they have.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right, but
how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them and bring that technology. It's lost and it was created.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they have a video that's in the book.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they
Now,
destroyed the
you said you were
information.
going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2024, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth orbit space time, it's not existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and have to come back to Earth before they tried it out with people? They do it with a monkey, they do it with a chicken. They send anything into space and have it come back.
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not recorded it, just because the outcome was not.
When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed in radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing host believers? Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes, because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belt. The radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at Rothschild where they talked about it to show from the 1950s where they set up probes and Geiger counters, and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose in probes and Geiger counters because it vibrated so much.
So where
And
they
again, these numbers of the amount of radiation and the amount of radiation belts are from the people who think the moon landing. So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is only 16 grams.
That's correct. Okay, how do we know that? Because the people who think the moon landing system.
What is the source of this? NASA.
I know this first, if you'd like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out the source. Let's,
how would you?
yeah, that's a good question. How? Why don't you Google how we go?
Well, there's a clip from my book.
Try another one. Try another one. Yeah, so leave that out. That's right.
There's a clip from my book, Rothschild, that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between each spacecraft.
Now, what is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects over however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes nowhere. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation. And for people not to get so you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically also prevent you from leaving it.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis would be distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2 is a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So there's a gap in between the two belts. And so the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk in the figure, so we're well below the Van Allen radiation belt. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles over its highest altitude. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts that eventually went through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. We're not doing it the way that worked so well on the Apollo mission.
So what kind of protection was, how thick was the aluminum sheeting?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of the inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray. That's more or less.
But they would experience much more radiation than that. Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything you can point to that shows that the Van Allen radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. That's in the film of something happened on the way to the moon.
I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film. It shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt. And then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 books underneath it, including documentation from, I think it's called Scientific American, from the 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips descriptions. 100 times the lethal dose. It talks about the RAS, the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the bad element radiation belt, based on probes they sent up in the late 50s, in which the Geiger counters broke because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. And when Von Braun said you would need 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was fair. And now they're rewriting history to falsify the moon.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it, in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the craft to get through that elevator, which was fuel adequately, to pursue that, and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that we did in place because of the data, because of the measurements, because we did send, Ryan up there, we did send different probes up there to figure out how to do it. That would throw into question whether or not the original evolution is true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talked about with UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown and football. Like you always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon or Mars, and if you have the technology, you're gonna have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation that they're being accurate and honest about. Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented. So if it's not been invented yet, as of 2014, today, it certainly wasn't around in 1999, and this explains the footage of why their fate will be halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. What a surprise. 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why they're communicating orbiting the moon, because of the deadly radiation. Also, because it's cheaper.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% behind schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't was they can't, which was lethal radiation.
And it seems to be the most logical of them, right?
Well, and the fuel. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips.
I'm saying that.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8 field trips.
Hold up, him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So what are people that are confronted by this information that want to refute it? What do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Rothschild that the moon missions are fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landing. He would still think they were going to really.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk isn't entirely sure how many starships it would take.
That's what I'll create on the rocket to
Yep.
Yeah, he says the moon landings were a historical phenomenon, meaning they're out of place to have had greater technology in the past and in the future. I believe he knows that the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. This, again, this is one of those subjects, and this is why some people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the moon landing these days, or entertain a person like yourself that says it, you're automatically put in the category of being fake.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
It's not just that, it's self-policed. And it's policed by a large percentage of the population that was certainly attacking you after this video. What has anyone ever tried to sit down and debunk you? Because I'm inviting someone to do that if they want to do that. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody about whether it's real or not.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they were real, I worshiped them. And if I
But
could
you were a child.
well, through teenagers, and admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave you the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who built rockets for NASA, who knows the movies are fake, okay, that took 7 years just to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long. It took me 4,000. And
Oh, yeah, that's so great.
yeah, I mean, that's not a real debate. It's like a 1 minute interview. But that show took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, pop in the cable, says stuff to the public. I hit fast forward, it's the same stuff over and over again. You were usually bouncing around. I'm like, let me listen to that from the top. We never played the top, by the way. I hear a third track of audio prompting them to say the 4-second radio. And I'm like, that's not a win. And then it dawned on me, they really think.
So before that, you had
Well, originally I thought they read and thought it was the greatest thing. I was having pictures in my room for many years.
it was just Bill Clinton.
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker, I've become a filmmaker. Whose job is to make things seem real. And I could tell that they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that the channels intersect. That's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as a fake. So when I found that footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, right from your eyes, with the third track of audio, the CIA telling them to take the 4-second radio, that's it. They did 2 ABC news directors agreed to prove they did. And the weird thing is, this is the linchpin. This is the finger out of the dice. You know, the JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people. They're not talking 2,000. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe until 20 people. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's the one that will reach the public because they waved their flags and got down on the news. They gave them medals and honors. They printed it on stamps and coins. And they audited it through. Glorious for them. This is what the NBC researcher tried to get them to understand, which I think you understand. If the truth comes out, it was grave. It's the linchpin. The moon landing fraud coming out, we will never have.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight because this is a weird one. Because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like
Well, they look like they're feeling like a mother.
it does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch your head a little bit. Here we go. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him talking, Mr. Rabbi. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so you can get Here we go.
from another man proposing taking your own people. Trusting you on the opportunity to share that with you, as developing and evolving in the past years and years. And so today, to share a few some of the details of that final month that was certainly the highlight for the three of us. That we're going to work a little bit on the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, and particularly the things that occurred on the afternoon. We will use leader themes and segments which we have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed, despite the comment to the audience, to those of you who are looking at the different services. The slide is here started. Yeah, I think that was characteristic of what I mentioned twice. The Saturn data and yesterday. Both in the Earth and on the trajectory to the moon. A mermaid actually different look from the first that you have offered from the previous and it's really quite certain as well in preparation for this day in the weeks as well as the subsequent phases. If you would like to skip directly to the things in my first phase and remind ourselves of the two disease that many of them are actually from medical learning study with the unlocking transformation.
This is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note there, you see the two teleprompters there in the desk? These are the only guys on Earth who know what it was like to
They just look very odd. It looks very odd. Another odd thing was the microphone, so we couldn't see stuff. You get away with his 1994
And
also, he never left for visibility.
that's right. And also, when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong says, I don't recall. And then Michael Collins, who filled in for him, helped him out, said, I don't remember seeing him, which he wasn't there. They were all three orbiting the Earth, so they had the same experience, but he forgot. So if you get the written transcript of the I don't remember seeing any, it changes. You can see, lightning strikes twice in the same place like this. First, the kite force, that's a bus said it instead of Michael Collins, and then in the video, Michael Collins gets requested about having that phenomenon.
And it gets attributed to us.
Well, because they didn't have the YouTube videos back then, people got the transcript, they said that we should correct it. Michael Collins was, so they said,
Yeah.
they're covering for us.
Let's pay the 25th, for the 25th anniversary. Because here's one of the craziest things. Neil Armstrong, first man in the moon, doesn't given, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to hear publicly, comes kind of records. And you would imagine that a guy who didn't want fame and all of a sudden was thrust into the public light, that would be a real problem. He probably didn't like it, didn't enjoy being the center of attention, and said, no, I wasn't going to I'm just going to stay there. You really have it. Or you could look at it like, if you have a guy from a public relations perspective, he's one of the most valuable people to interview of all time. He's the first man to walk out of the first man. He's second to landed that guy. He would be everything. He would interview him constantly. Just from a PR standpoint, we kind of force that guy to do something. Because it's the most incredible accomplishment in human history. As far as what human beings can do, it's the most significant technological and then there's a speech. So he did this speech at the 25th anniversary of NASA. He's giving this speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, and some of the best brightest high school kids? Yeah, and so this speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he's saying, other than he's trying to tell you that something is bullshit. So listen to this.
Today we're here with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, enjoy the fun of the beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas in this world. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of the truth's protective layers.
What is that? What is it?
I think he's trying to say something. You know,
That is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard anybody say.
you also notice that he
One of the truest
looking down, except that part. Someday you will remove all truth. He's holding back here. You know how many pictures there are of him on the surface of the moon, posing as the surface of the moon? Still pictures. I went to the archives personally wall. I had the employees take a tiny picture of the electron on the surface of the moon. Still picture. They went in and out, scratching their heads. He refused to have his picture taken. He refuses to give it a not a single picture. I believe they asked him to participate in the trial. At that point, he was and they said, I won't prove to you. The guy's a test pilot. I'll take credit of his life.
Or you can say, if you do this, it's for national security. There's a reason to do this. You're hooking up involvement for it's a very important thing to achieve military security.
I think he would resign for the look at suspicion. So I think they had to arrest. I think they would have to.
This is all speculation.
That's right. It's my speculation.
But
There's
this
years of research.
This video is not.
That's right. I think
Most people are not aware of that.
I think they threatened his family's life.
Perhaps we were just speculating. Yeah, right. But the video, again, that's not speculation. Because anybody ever has done that video? Who was up to this person? Anybody ever know the grass president? Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and then people are tracking it.
Well, that's not true. The only people who had the capability of tracking it were the American government and the Soviets who were blackmailing us.
So that's just speculation too, right? It's like, how are they blackmailing people? Is there any evidence that they were blackmailing?
Well, they obviously know that the images are fake. Putin was not surprised it was around that time that we sold grain to the Soviet Union before cost. We were supposed to be enemies. And around the same time, after Richard Nixon had come to China as an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior visits the superior. See? And so he went, and I think they found out too. And we know they are black. Yes, their technology is you know that. I interviewed a guy who works for the Chinese Space Agency. I mean, you should get
Right, but that's just what you say. That's not,
that's just eyewitness testimony. I'm talking to people who we work with.
well, I understand what you're saying, but it's still, it's ugly saying.
The guy who works in the Chinese Space Agency.
But if you know, like, we might have a truth, but we don't have proof. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted if it's sent to death row based on the testimony of people.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the moon landing project instead of blowing the whistle as a more valuable tool of the information. I think that's what the Soviets were doing to the truth. Another good reason for the truth to come out. So we know people know that China away.
What do you think would happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all the files, if everybody started talking about it, and definitive proof was we got to a point technologically where we are ready to travel to other planets where we are saying, this is impediment, this impediment could not be traversed by with
Well, if the truth came out acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful, beautiful history. Because the faking of the moon landing is so much more significant than if they actually shows the sadness of all those things of mankind. It would be like throwing a glass of water in the public space. They wake up, they realize they've been sleepwalking, and they look down, and they're one for the wind. It would be serious. Not just as a nation, but as a species.
What would the problem then be? We would have to revamp the entirety of government. If that's the case, the entire state seats have done this. They really did kill Kennedy. They really did take the money. They really did all the things that people did. Like, no one would have faith in them.
That's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash. The dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America. But we have a gangrene list. William Benny, you know, worked for the NSA for 30 years. He says that CIA and NSA, they're spying on the private cell phone conversations. They put trust to get dirt on them, to blackmail them, and they throw it in their way to see that's a dangerous situation for a country to be in. There needs to be a major household. I'm not even sure what would happen. Let's say all the federal government ran on electricity and unplug it off with one flush. I'm not sure what would happen to you and me, like everyone else in life, if we unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage their own affairs, because they are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war based on the lies of separate people, right? We have so many murders of people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people, and we're funding it, which we know. What they're doing is morally wrong. Our leaders
What are we missing? What have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at 3 hours plus. People talking about this. What have we left? Anyone?
Well, I think we've covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect unless it's electrical light. We have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony that eyewitness who saw them filming Apollo 11 and came into space. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space in 1969 on the first attempt with one new computer-powered cell phone than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past than it is. If it weren't a sweet pie that people love and wouldn't don't want to give up, people would see the truth for what it is.
That's an interesting thing too, that you said it's
It is.
yeah, it's not a lie like the gospel of the Lord or things that we know.
JFK is dead, and all the people in 9/11 are dead, regardless of who did it. This is taking candy away from people. They're just sending the candy.
Okay. Would you be willing to debate someone? If I get someone to come on here and talk to you a few other stuff. Sure. Okay. So we'll put that out there, because I would like to see that. I would like to see how someone describes that world. Okay? A little different. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers hitting keyboards right now. People are going to get very outraged. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about it or silence on it. I think you're wrong. The right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is attempted. Okay? And you're tired of talking about the moon landing?
Well,
You've been at this for.
It's historically important because the taking of the moon landing for mankind is much very difficult than that. That they lied to the world, embezzled money, murdered their own people. And to not know that truth, as I've had this cancer, we have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else, but we still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. Then there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle between truths. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial to the and if the truth comes out.
Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information that it resonates with them, that they're going to try to do? Because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled kook if you believe it.
The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but only within a narrow field. Like I asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? You know what they said? Virtually word for word. All I know is what pills is prescribed for this illness I was on. They're intelligent within that narrow field, but they can't critically think. These universities are universal thinking. I was forbidden by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to a student body group about the millennium and the free expression of the United States of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about this. How can you really do this? People are so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace who said that Buzz Aldrin confessed on national TV that it was fake, showed that Canada Air Force Base, just like Bart said, he would still think he walked on the moon. That's what we're up against. This is the God of science. It's a real man on the moon, but it's really not.
I think I was going to stage the case. I think you have this so I'm really open to someone who sit down and talk to us this and get fairly the arguments are very compelling. The actual raw facts are very positive. The whole thing is very
all the stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just go to Sabrel.com. There's 17 clips I can watch for free and they decide to listen.
Thank you.
Journalists, now called journalists anymore, but I have to
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATCAN. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Today's guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the mixed martial arts community and a prized UFC commentator. He's the host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, the Joe Rogan Experience, and his new hour of stand-up comedy is the best comedy that I've seen. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the hospitality and for jumping on. I appreciate it. Man, love to do it here. Yeah, man. Last night was really cool.
Good time, right?
Yeah, the new place looks great.
It does it?
Yeah. Do you feel when you go in there? Do you feel like was it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going to build like an actual building for comedy? I mean, it's like a whole new business kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
All right.
It's exciting, but it's part of me like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I was listening to your shows and I was like, damn, Joe, it felt like you were like a contractor, or like a landlord kind of. It was like, oh, this is it feels like a whole different, beautiful.
It's a totally different thing. But luckily, I got people running it, so my participation in that aspect of it will hopefully be minimal.
Yeah.
You know, but it was definitely, it's like, I felt compelled to do it, because I always felt like if I never wanted to own a comedy club. And I always felt like you have to be nice to comedy club owners who's never going to be on those fucking people.
Right.
But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, I was like, maybe I should go out and start a club. And so that became my focus. It became this thing where I was thinking, I really should like set it up so that I'm setting up the right way. So I'm not setting up to try to make money. I'm just setting up to make an amazing environment for comedy and have a home for comedians where you just feel good.
Yeah.
And they can go there, and that's a great spot to hang out, and you just feel good about the atmosphere, and you feel performed well, and you treated well, and treated with respect and fun, and just a good attitude.
Has the city been receptive to it? Has there been like any like kickback like that? Has there been any like barriers to creating a comedy club that you didn't expect just because you've never done it before?
It's a process. I mean, it took a long time to get the permits and all that stuff, but it wasn't, it's just normal. It's normal for any business, and especially with the license and all that jazz. And have live performance.
Yeah. Dude, I heard you and that guy, they were talking about horse sex and when I pulled up in the lobby, I was like, oh, okay, this is my kind of place today. Dude, I saw in New Orleans one time they had a lot of the cops in the first quarter on horseback,
Yeah.
and two of the horses started fucking with the cops on them, bro.
When the cops getting mad,
One of them was.
was the other excited?
The one in the back, I think, was kind of fucking vibing with it a little, because at least he was in a winning position, you know?
Right. You don't want to be the guy where the horse gets done fucking that horse and he starts fucking yips.
Yeah.
Or the horse collapses and you get trapped under it. I saw a horrible video the other day of these dudes who were racing horses. They're running, and a dog, a yappy dog, runs out onto the track, and the horse trips over the dog, and the guy dies.
What was the dog run out there to tell him something or something?
Yeah. No.
Or like to greet him?
Bark.
Oh,
Just some shitty dog. That would be a good idea to bark at a fucking horse. And the horse trips, and the horse in full throttle. And the horse trips over this dog, and lands on the guy. The guy goes, the horse goes head first, and the guy goes with him. So the guy goes down, the horse comes on top of him and crushes him.
And the guy died?
That's it.
Yeah. I'll see it, man. I didn't want to at first.
But now you're thinking about
But now I'm in. Dude, they had a fundraiser one time when I was going to LSU. They had a fundraiser there for a guy who had gotten hurt playing football, right?
Yeah.
So they raised all this money. They wanted to get him a nice, fancy wheelchair, one that had like everything on it, like the centrifuge or whatever you can have on a wheelchair,
Right.
speakers, and also get him a golden retriever, like an animal, because he'd gotten paraplegia from playing football.
Right.
They get him those things, right? There's fundraisers at a couple of different LSU games. People are walking around the parking lot with buckets and stuff, raising funds. They get him that, and they give it to him. And then a few months later, the dog had the wheelchair or whatever. It had like life support on it for the guy as well. He had to have some kind of like oxygen system. The dog pulled the plug out from the thing, and the guy died. So, but yeah, seeing those horses made me want to be a cop, dude, for a little while. That shit was like a party, especially in New Orleans, where people are kind of dancing anyway in the street. But that's what I gotta take, dude. That's your second option. Bro, did you see that we made the with Fox News last night? I get home, right? I'm looking at some different news sites. That front page of Fox News was Joe Rogan reading the TikTok.
Oh, you were reading the terms of service?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Right?
Yeah, but it was the front, it was the main thing. Yeah, it was like, and it almost was like, I was like,
What's this? What's it for? We'll do it again. Here's a question. What did we eat that whole deer? It's called a goat butter.
okay.
Really? Seems like it's sped up a little.
You're right, dude.
Good. It's an unusual tasting meat.
I had aardvark at a wedding one time.
Aardvark?
Yeah.
What kind of wedding was that?
It was, I think it was just like a white wedding or something. Like, they said it was aardvark. It could have been something else. Or they could have misspelled it. No, it was just like a regular, like, two whites getting married. You know?
Did they eat aardvark?
They said they
What
did.
state was this?
This was in Louisiana when I was growing up. It was
Oh,
a fancy
okay.
French place, and they said that they had aardvark over there. So we believed them. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that like it was like the night after we did the interview, same day, right? So the head article is Joe Rogan reads a TikTok agreement, right? It's like it's almost like someone's like, is Joe Rogan reading the terms of service of things in America, and the rest of us are just using shit like right out of the box, like not even paying attention to what's going on. That's what I felt like a little bit.
I think a lot of people are now with things like TikTok because there's been a lot of articles written about it and a lot of people calling for it to be banned because it's basically Chinese spyware.
But if they get us, then what would they like? So say we talked about it a little bit the other day, but say they get, like they infiltrate all the electronics, they get all the data and everything. But then how do they get us as people? Like how do they get us into the cages?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as get people in the cages. I think what they want is intellectual property. You want to steal data. You know, like if they have access to your computer and say,
Right.
what if you're working on some fucking weapon system, or what if you're working on something, some communication system, and they have access to your computer, they can steal that data from your
Oh, I
computer
see. So
because
it's
they
just-
have access to it because you're using TikTok.
So it's just about information.
Yeah, one of the more disturbing things is saying that they have access to computers that aren't even being used for TikTok.
Right.
Like other computers.
Yeah, I remember you
that are
saying
using-
that.
Which is just,
That's crazy.
it's so insane that that would actually be something that someone would allow. They had an engineer, software engineer, back engineered TikTok and said it was the most, in terms of like invasion of privacy, it was the most egregious example that they have.
So wouldn't there be some structure or template in American society or government or hierarchy that would protect us from that sort of thing? Why? That's what I don't understand sometimes. Why isn't there like something that protects us from that sort of thing, or is it just our own responsibility?
I don't know what they can do now, other than ban it. But I know they were talking about banning it for a while, but then there was some sort of a deal that was made where the data was going to go from the American version of TikTok was going to go to America. But it turns out that it's not. It's going straight to China, and then they get the version to America. See, that's correct.
See, that's
Sounds right. Yeah,
and we're gonna keep using it. It's almost like, because like what if they told them there's a makeup that would steal your face, right? Like you put it on and it's gonna put your face in China,
yeah,
and then we still use it.
right.
I mean, that just shows me the level of addiction that we have to. Yeah. I mean, it's an addiction
They have an office here. TikTok has an office in Austin.
for people that need help.
Yeah, you know how I found about that? Some lady's heckling the freaking page. So, like, what do you do? So I work for TikTok.
How old was she?
Yeah, Glenn.
That's all right. Dude, Tony ripped into that lady the other night, dude.
That lady was nuts.
Over a table, very strange.
There was some fucking trust last night, man. Some rowdy ass people. For a Tuesday?
Yeah, we crushed, man.
It was fun.
It was cool. I hadn't seen him for a long time. I mean, I hadn't seen a lot of people for a long time.
Yeah, it's there's leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings show that user data, U.S. user data, has been repeatedly accessed from China. I feel like with these tools, there's some backdoor to access user data in almost all of them, said an internal auditor hired to help TikTok close off Chinese access to sensitive information like Americans' birthdays and phone numbers. And if you look at the terms of service, it's a lot.
Yeah.
What they have the ability to access is a lot more than that. The terms of service is nuts. Just reading that any company that would try to sell you on social media, it's one thing to like say, oh, we're going to target ads in your direction. We're kind of whatever. Like with Google and Shell, I don't know if they can send ads in the way. But what they're doing is nuts. They have access to your audio. That means they have access to your fucking microphone. If you're listening, keep up.
That's scary.
Yeah, like if you're having a conversation, like we're going to do this deal with China, with selling this.
But how much bullshit do they have to listen to? Just people fucking listening, like talking to an animal, or fucking, like recording like a recipe for a buddy or something. How much bullshit do they have to fucking say? Like it's almost sad if there's just like just a field, like a football field of Chinese people just listening to Americans like fucking clear their throat and shit.
I think most of that stuff they're not interested in. They're interested in targeting specific individuals. Like let's say you're an executive at a big software company,
Okay.
and they know that your kids are using TikTok, and the kids are also using your computer. Well, they get access to your computer now.
Right.
This is what it seemed to me. I mean, obviously, I'm a Luddite when it comes to that shit. So I'm just explaining from what I'm reading in terms of like what this could be interpreted as. That they have access to keystrokes.
Yeah.
Meaning like whatever you're typing,
Right.
you're typing to your wife. Like I'm sorry, bullshit. Like whatever you're typing, they have access to that.
But it's just crazy that all of them are going to be in their sleep. Those people that work there in the middle of the night, they just have some love letter to some fucking, a couple gay dudes or, some fucking, kid like sending his, like dirty pictures to his buddies. It's just like they're going to be fucking losing their mind.
I don't think they would
processing
access
all that.
I know what you're saying, but I don't think they would access that.
Yeah.
I think what they would do is use it specifically to target individuals that they think are working on valuable information,
High-end
sensitive
stuff.
stuff. Yeah. Or if someone was like doing something that was the Chinese party deemed bad for China, you know, maybe some Chinese person over here was like selling Chinese information to them. They could find out all kinds.
Say this, something like this happens, right? You're leaving work, okay?
Okay.
And things got compromised out in the world. You were at work, you were doing a podcast episode or something. And like things just kind of hit that level where it's like maybe a couple of police precincts have been taken over just by vandals and craze. Like the pendulum's starting to, things are getting like AWOL, right? And then everything, the purge, right? So you're driving home, you're getting fucking Cam Haynes is sitting with fucking 1,000 hammers, you know what I'm saying? Like you're getting all of it, everybody just texting you, you know? Jocko's like, I'm not even waking up tomorrow for work. I'll be up all, you know, I'm just going to be up at 4:30, right? Like everything's all, what do you do? Like, how do you, this is the end. This is when it's like, all right, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? You hear it just comes from God or from something like a strong wind with a voice box in it. He was like, this is it.
It's the apocalypse.
You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation. It's like each thing will be unique. Like, is someone trying to break in your house? Is someone trying to rob your, you know, is someone trying to break in your car while you're driving?
Okay, so you have an hour. You have kind of an hour.
Right.
You give 90 minutes. You have 90 minutes to kind of get before that you're going to start to feel some pressure.
What do you do? I just load up some 90 minutes.
Oh, I'm fucked. But I'm wondering, what do you do? You know?
That's what I would do. I'd probably load up some 90 minutes.
Okay. Into what?
Into guns.
Okay.
Yeah.
See how you're fucking.
No,
That's a
I
periodical section.
It's like Sports Illustrated. I mean, like an AR.
This guy's taking information with a notebook.
I'm reading Time Magazine.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, I just see Joe with his many copies of Field and Stream, and you go fucking live.
Well, you could use those magazines as like protection, stacking up with them.
Okay, so
each other.
Okay, see, now you're thinking.
Slow bullets down.
Okay, but say like you pick up your family or something, you guys stay, do you have a bunker?
I don't currently, but this conversation is making me want a bunker. I wanted a ranch for that very reason. Like, if shit goes completely sideways, it would be great if there's a place with water and food. You got your water, you got your food, like on the property.
Okay, what about if you're kind of in a city or you're in like a, like what's maybe a business or something you hold up in? You think is viable?
A business that I hold up in, it would have to be some sort of fortified establishment.
Like the mall?
No, you'd have to get something that you could defend.
To the mall?
Yeah.
I think you have probably like, think of all you could hide in the fucking Macy's behind all the
Hide and seek on
just squeezing frosting in your mouth and fucking pumping
It
shells.
would be a good excuse to eat that food because I gotta eat something.
And that stuff will keep because a lot of that stuff has like all the preservatives in it. So you'd have that, you'd have mannequins in there. Think about that. You could set up like a like a mirage.
Right. Like a fake sort of situation.
Yeah.
People think that you're behind it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So the mall I think would be good. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I'll go to the mall.
Really?
Yeah.
The mall.
Yeah, because nobody's at the mall anymore.
But the dumbest people at the mall, they're gonna fuck it up.
They gotta go.
They're gonna go, the Russians are here, guys!
They can't shut the fuck up. I'm pretending to be a mannequin. I'm like, hey, give me a medium. Yeah,
That's gonna be the problem with dumb people. When shit goes south, there's some people that just like, they're ditch diggers. They're dumb people. They're minimum wage thinkers.
But they're gonna have a lot of weapons though, probably.
Maybe.
I think a lot of people have that.
But I think if things go sideways, well, a lot of people are gonna panic in the chaos.
Right. Oh, immediately people will be panicking, people will be trying to group up.
Yeah.
Some people will be trying to salvage shit. That's
Right.
Gonna go.
That person's gonna go. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna fall apart. But that's always like, whenever things go weird, people fall apart. You know, a lot of people don't respond to pressure very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got stuck in an elevator one time. I was at Mardi Gras, and we were in there for like 17 minutes. And some dude, there's two girls there, like 9 people. It was like a busy day at Mardi Gras. And there was my buddy Josh Kelly, the musician, who's playing. We take this elevator, and like 9 of us get stuck in this elevator for like maybe an hour. But you can hear Mardi Gras going on. I'm like, how long did we in here? And we're in there in a little while, and some guy goes to 2 girls there, and he goes, "Don't worry, nobody in here is going to rape y'all." That's what he said. And suddenly, like, everything in there just changed. We're like, nobody's even thinking about that shit, you know?
How big is this elevator?
It was probably, honestly, I bet it was almost as big as this table.
Big elevator.
Yeah, maybe 2 feet smaller on that end, maybe
Okay.
1 foot.
So not so big elevator.
Yeah, and some guy kept kind of just pull the doors open as hard as he could.
And how many people are in there right now?
I would say 7 people.
7 people and 2 different girls.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to, that idiot has to say that.
Yeah, dude.
You didn't have to think about that.
Yeah.
No one's gonna rape you. What the fuck? Imagine.
And if he's not thinking about raping them, then you think he's going to be thinking about, you know.
Did anybody tell him to shut the fuck up?
People just say, calm down, calm down. You know, but it was just interesting how it escalated. Like, you know, things started to escalate. If you are struggling with addictions and you don't know how much help you need or where you should go for help or you need to go to treatment or anything, you don't know what to do, I want to recommend Recover Here. Recover Here is a trusted resource that assists motivated individuals searching for addiction treatment to find the best option available. Recover Here provides a professional evaluation at no cost and helps you find the best treatment option with respect to your individual circumstance. Recover Here can save you time, money, and most importantly, your life by helping you navigate comfortably through your recovery journey. If you're struggling with addiction, I've been there, and it takes to get better. Visit recoverhere.com. That's RECOVERHERE.com to get started on your recovery journey. Well, boys and girls, it's August, and that means it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Did you know that 2 out of 3 guys may experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35? Kind of a lot, isn't it? Luckily, in most cases, hair loss can be prevented and treated, and Keeps is here to help. Once hair loss starts, it usually doesn't stop or reverse on its own. The earlier you take action, the more hair you're likely to keep. Keeps clinically proven treatments are 90% effective at stopping hair loss, and 66% of men even experience regrowth. Yum. Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair via convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. You don't have to leave your home. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Theo to receive your first month of treatment for free, and you'll be supporting the show. That's keeps.com/THEO to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo.
Have you ever been in a riot type situation?
No, I was at Beta Breakers one time on mushrooms in San Francisco.
What's Beta Breakers? What is Beta Breakers? What is that?
It's like a bunch of people that are like racers or like they race in the street, you know?
What kind of racing?
Just for long distance, the canyons, running racing. So it's a bunch of those folks.
Bay 2 Breakers. I thought you were saying Beta Breakers.
Yeah, Bay 2 Breakers.
I thought you were saying that too. So I checked in.
Oh no, Beta Breakers I think is a little different.
Bay 2 Breakers.
Yeah, so
that's the run.
Yeah, so that's the run. And you can just get in costumes and just be in it. It's like,
oh, like the dude is dressed up like a pink monkey.
Yeah.
How weird is that? He's at the front. Oh, the McDonald's. They dress up like Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, so people just do all kind of costumes.
Oh, interesting.
And we ate a bunch of shrooms out there and kind of commandeered this water table. There was a water table that had kind of been left unattended.
What is a water table?
Just a table with a bunch of cups of water.
Okay.
So we got over there and people were running, they're going, and we started telling people that the water was for Asian people only, right? Bro, we are crying because people are running. They can't stop. They're trying to make a time. So it's for some people, like, bro, it's Asians only. And then Asian people were all excited, you know. We kept passing them up. Dude, we were fucking. I would take pictures with like people, and I'd have my fucking nuts hanging out the whole time. Though. It was, yeah, bro, we were out.
How old were you at the time?
I don't know, man. Probably 28. And people were like, "Hey, let's get a picture together." So we get it, and I just slip that bag out there, maybe that fucking gun holster. You know what I'm saying?
I said my used to do that all the time. Just kidding. I was like, oh God, who was on dance group? No, America's Got Talent. Yeah,
He's so funny.
yeah, he's a funny dude. And he was talking about way back in the day, and he used to do what he called a sack walk. So he would pull his sack out of the zipper and just walk around and party. And he was just like, no, like, what the fuck are you doing, man? His nuts would be hanging out of his pants.
Yeah, we used to be able to party like that.
He still does.
He does. Yeah, it's interesting, man. He's always such an interesting dude, isn't he? He's very interesting. He's very much his own person.
Yes. Yeah, there's not a lot of people like that, dude.
I really admire that about him. So the end of the world's happening, and then I would be at the mall, or maybe, you know what? What if you went offshore in like a boat and let the shit
Let it out. Watch it from a distance.
let it out?
That'd be a good move if you had a big boat. You have a boat with food on it. But boats take diesel engine fuel, and that's like where you're getting your diesel from. Like, how are you going to get that boat back to shore? You know?
Okay, so you got to prep. So you got to have some diesel. You got to have another boat with diesel.
You got to have a second boat, a feeder boat, with a tanker.
I'll work on that.
So you get a tanker like 15 years worth of diesel. Your boat's going to be this big. All this fucking thing. Your houseboat that you're sleeping on. You just smell like diesel. Diesel's a real terrible smell.
Really?
Some people like the smell of gasoline. I like the smell of gasoline. You know what I like the smell of? Magic markers. Sharpies off the top.
Oh, get in there, dude. The black one's I'll fucking BLM and he's snout hole, baby.
Oh, he's got a boat with sails? What? That's it? Oh, so it's going to have sails?
Oh, I was checking.
They do?
When I was looking up earlier, yeah, there's giant boats.
Why is that?
So they don't have to use
It can still work, I think.
they can get stuck somewhere.
Oh.
Wow, see, that's key too. You're gonna have that because what if you're stuck back? Yeah, what if you're stuck there?
Jeff Bezos knows some shit.
I'm sure he probably does. Has he come in here?
He hasn't, but I'd rather him.
You would?
Yeah, fuck him.
That'd be interesting. I'm not more fan.
I wonder if he knows some shit that we don't know in terms of shit going on. How old is he supposed Yeah, you were hitting that last night.
You notice that?
Stop.
That's how I am, man. If I get something, I get it. I'm saying what?
Gasoline, magic marker, Escobars, whatever.
One more time, dude. Just
Bill.
well,
Crazy thing was from yeah, it was 15 papers. It did the thinking. Nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. It's like a neutral.
I don't know if I believe that, but to me, it makes me just not be able to sleep that good. It makes me like wake up and be scared.
No, but it is. It is like that's one of the things that Stephen King said really affected him in his writing. When he puts nicotine.
So I got a question for you. So whenever you're like, comics always knew that you were doing well, right? Like, but whenever you got your Spotify deal, was it scary that people, because they attached like some big figures to it in the press, right? Was that scary that people knew that you were wealthy? Was that scary at all?
I wouldn't say it's scary, but it's just one of those things where people like start debating whether or not you should have that money. Why don't they give that money to other people? Why don't you fix the streets and the schools? Why is it? And then there's some people who just get jealous, they get angry. You know, there's some kind of angry, jealous comedians, unfortunately. There's a lot of comedians that look at other people's success and they feel bad. So they think that you're doing something bad because they feel bad. Because they don't like the way it makes them feel when someone's killing. Like a lot of comedians are narcissists, and a lot of them are very self-centered people.
Yeah.
And so they think that when you're doing something well, or something's going well for you, that somehow or another takes something away from that. You know?
Why does that happen, do you think?
Famine thinking. People think like there's not enough for everybody. The comedy clearly is enough for everybody. The podcast is clearly enough for everybody. And when other people are doing well, it's actually better for everyone because it like gets more people interested in podcasts, more people getting interested in comedy. That's my take on that. But I've always had that take. I've always tried to help other comedians.
Oh yeah, I think I try to remember. I think inspire a lot of people to try and think that way. You know, I heard you talking about that on your Schultz's show. I think you inspire a lot of people to try and think like, you know.
Help everybody.
Right.
Rise and tide. Let's all vote.
Yeah.
It's good for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's good also for the art form, which is good for you. It's good for your act. Like when other people are killing it, it's good for you. You can't have that miserly way of thinking that some people have. They want it all for themselves. That's it.
Well, some of it's I think especially for some people, if they never came from anything, it can be scary, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it can be scary.
It can be scary because they never had anything. So it's such like, this is going to go away. You know, it's like, I probably had moments like that in my life, for sure. Where I just was like, oh, this.
Yeah, you think it's going to go away.
Yeah.
Especially, when you're not really totally established yet, you just start getting a little bit of success.
Yeah. Was it, do you feel like since you become more of a celebrity, has it made podcasting any different? Because, like, you started to get picked up by all the time. When we got picked up for you reading the damn user agreement.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what is that kind of pressure like? Is it like you wake up in the morning, you're like, is it like what's going to be in this box today?
I don't read it.
Right.
No. I just keep doing it the same way I've always done it. Like this.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a good time. Talk some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, as long as you just keep doing it the same way. I mean, that's why it's still successful, because I do it the same way.
Yeah.
I don't change it. I get better guests. I get more, people that maybe weren't interested in doing it before because it's so popular, will do it now.
Yeah.
Which is great. And then maybe some people are scared of it. They're scared of criticism. They're scared of being exposed. They're scared of the heat that comes from all that millions of eyes on you.
Do you think that, there's some people who have you had people like that? You reach out to them like you just think they're too scared?
There's certain people that don't feel comfortable with being in front of such a lot of audience. Yeah, for sure. There's a few people that want to get on I get really bad. I get nervous. I've had people that wanted to do it in a more comfortable setting too. Like I feel like the studio audience, the studio atmosphere is daunting. Like cameras, so couldn't just set it up at your house or something like that. You just start trying to mitigate whatever pressure you feel doing something that you really need to do. So,
I can understand that. I mean, I've never talked to my father this much, and we've had it all of our time together. I never spent that much time with my own dad.
Look at how many laughs we've had.
Yeah, that's true.
Just the other day.
Yeah.
Last night. We laughed our ass off last night.
Yeah.
Fucking fun, man. Fucking fun. It's the greatest.
Kill Tony was so good. That show was
the best. It's the best show. Kill Tony's the best show for comedy. For stand-ups, like up-and-coming stand-ups, there's no better atmosphere, no better, and it's the cornerstone of stand-up in Austin. Because it's such a good show, and for 1 minute, all you have to do is just be funny. All that woke bullshit, all that virtue signaling, all that's out the window. All that posing. You got 1 minute. You better come with some jokes. Come with some jokes.
Yeah. Or just come. I think people would laugh at that, dude. If somebody got up there and bashed out for a second.
Oh, I don't know, dude. My pants were pressure through. I pulled his fucking pants down. He had no underwear on. His ass was half hanging out. He stood up and he raised his arms up in the air and he took his shirt off. Show back.
Yeah, he should just go full nudist. How long's a Russia goes fully nude?
Well, he did something the other day with a sock with his cock. He's doing something.
And at that point, you're just a damn non-iron, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's halfway to fucking nudity.
He's close. All he has on is pants. His pants are sagging.
Dude, my sister, one time was using drugs. Sorry, love you, baby. But and she's awesome. She's like, I love her so much. But she did she got out with some guy on a date, right? And they went rock climbing, which seems insane to do when you're high, and ended up at a nudist colony on top, or like at some small plateau. Wow. He's pretty cool.
Imagine falling. I mean, it's not like clothing will protect you.
But you feel like it would.
Something about falling it would be extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right. You have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head inside or not?
I don't really even think about it.
Yeah, you do.
You probably have a heart attack.
You don't think about it. You think about it. That's what you do. You're the best thinker. You don't think you
I don't think I would. No, I'd be thinking of how to cushion the fall or fall something.
So what would you land on? You think chest first? Probably you would go chest.
No, I think you want to like land on your feet and try to collapse your whole body and roll, but you're dead. You know, there's a certain height that you're just dead.
My buddy made love to a plane survivor one time, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian after that, which is kind of crazy. But
He turned her?
I think she just, I think she was trying to help him out.
She wasn't straight to begin with?
Yeah, right. And I think they both had kind of a buzz cut and they just fucked. But, what about like, so has your life, just because your life's so interesting, man, it's like so many people try to like, I think, emulate Joe Rogan, you know, and I think they emulate, well, I think they try to emulate, you know, they hear so many guests on here and people that are doing positive stuff, right? And so they try to emulate that universe, you know.
That's good.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Do you feel like it's ever tough for you, to keep up with being Joe Rogan? Does that ever start to get to like a thing in your head? Is that a crazy question?
No, it's not a crazy question, but I don't think so. I just keep doing what I'm doing. Like if I stopped tomorrow, I'd be cool. I enjoy doing everything. I enjoy doing comedy. I enjoy doing podcasts. I enjoy doing the UFC. But if I stopped doing all of it tomorrow, I'd find other shit to do.
Yeah.
I like
doing
things.
stuff.
Yeah, I like doing things. I would probably just get really more into archery and playing pool, and maybe I'll start drowning again or something. I mean, I don't need to do what I'm doing. I need to do things. You know, I'd probably just invest more in jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Yeah, let's do just different stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I see that with you because you mentioned archery. Under the button.
Oh, there's a cough button. It's a red button right there. So like that. Yeah, I like that, right? Yeah, we're like professionals at this. Sometimes I do these jokes. I do a little funny.
I talked to the man that runs that company. Really cool guy.
Oh yeah, he's a John. Shout out to John.
Yeah.
These are the shit. I love this. This flavor, this Ignite is Ignite is the same flavor as the CBD one, but this pineapple jalapeno was my idea. This is all my drink. That's why it's my face all over it. The flaming Joe.
Let me give him this fast.
That's what it is. This is we came up with this idea. We were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, no, pineapple jalapeno. Ooh, I like it. And so we went through like 7 or 8 different versions of it until we came to this one. But this one just knows.
Does it have honey in it, you think?
I don't think so.
I love honey, dude.
I love honey too.
Dude, we used to go by the bus stop and we'd sneak off in the woods and get those honeysuckles. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Them bitches.
I like honeycomb. You just scoop it out with the wax and chew on the wax, and I'm sure we should swallow or spit it out.
Ooh, man, that shit sounds more for some young lady just getting into high school. You know?
But if you like the honeycomb, like you eat honeycomb, the honey's in there and it tastes delicious, but then you're chewing on that wax. You're like, what am I supposed to do with this wax? Okay, what is that wax made out of, by the way? Because it's not wax. Like, what is the wax made out of when a bee makes wax? Is that really wax? Beeswax? What is that?
Well, yeah, they say beeswax. Jamie, can you bring that up, do you mind?
What is wax?
Sorry, I should ask.
What's like that?
What is wax? I'll tell
This
you what
is
it
a thing
is.
that I've never thought of.
Okay.
Candle wax? What is that? It's made out of oils and stuff, right?
Well, it's almost like because it disappears and then it
Right.
goes back to being solid. It's a pretty powerful substance when you think about it.
But beeswax is not the same as candle wax, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they have a lot of similarities. I mean, people use wax on their cars too. Think about that.
Furniture, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, those are like synthetic. Waxes are a diverse class of organic compounds that are lipophilic, malleable solids near ambient temperatures. Just off here. They include
You're always paying attention to the crazy part.
They include higher alkanes and lipids, typically with melting points above 40 Celsius. Melting to give low viscosity fluids. Waxes are insoluble in water but soluble in organic non-polar solvents.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because it is interesting. If you take a thing of wax after it's melted and pour it in a thing of water, it just turns right back into wax.
Or into ass wax.
Oh, yeah. I've got it there, baby.
Beeswax, the natural wax produced by the honeybees of the genus Apis. The wax is formed into scales by 8 wax-producing glands in the abdominal segments of worker bees, which discard it in or at the hive.
Bees are, bees are dying too.
Yeah.
Bees are dying from the heat.
Is it the heat?
Yep, they're evaporating, they ejaculate, and their whole body blows up.
Is that real?
Bring it up, Jamie. I'm gonna fucking do something here today.
I watched a thing today on murder hornets. Yeah, they're trying to rename murder hornets.
So what?
Look at this. At temperatures over 170 degrees Fahrenheit, it is estimated that half of male honeybees will die in this manner within 6 hours. With more sensitive individuals dying after only 2 or 3 hours. Oh, bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Oh my God,
Spring
you're
break, baby.
I thought you were just making
break.
shit up. Click on that.
Hell no, dude. This is in Panama City Beach, Florida.
Please click on that link. What happened?
This is Kid Rock's honey. That's who's making this shit. That is for sure. If it's got scenes.
Bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves. Viral story explained. All right, hit that so you can hear it play. Good. Is it play? Okay. Leading to date in the U.S., nearly 35 million people are under excessive heat warnings or advisories. However, the heat wave in Europe is of particular concern due to the lack of widespread air conditioning. Yeah. The hottest day ever in the UK was recorded in July 19th, hitting a temperature of 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat wave has led to wildfires in Europe, with fires breaking out in residential areas around London, England, on the outskirts of Athens, Greece, and in western Germany. 2 firefighters were injured while fighting for it. This is the rest of it.
This is a false headline.
Yes, those are the bees. They're jerking off to death.
There they are. Drones ejaculate when they get too stressed. Who doesn't?
Alice McAfee, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of British Columbia's Microsoft Laboratories, told Newsweek, ejaculation kills them because it basically eviscerates their abdomen. This happens during natural mating too. Drone honeybees always die after mating.
But they still do it.
So they don't know any better.
Oh, they don't know till after.
They don't have books. Yeah.
What if you could make a little bitty book that told you?
Imagine what these seeds, they have like 80 eyeballs on the side. They probably see wild shit. Now, what does reality look like to a bee? You ever see that?
A lot of sounds and like sonars.
You ever see what a bee's eyes look like up close? Oh my God. Look a close-up of these eyes. Look at that thing. Mother, right? There's hairs coming off of it. It's all a different. Simple eyes that more than one time eye. That's pretty simple. Look at that one up there on the right.
Yeah, let's see that top.
To the right of your cursor. Yeah. Look at that. Like, what is reality? If you have hairs coming out of the fucking eyeballs.
Well, hairs are used, I think, to detect a lot of feelings and stuff like that. So imagine what they're pulling in through your eyes. Imagine if you could feel through your eyes.
Just look at it. It's crazy. And it's just, they're little, so we just kind of got used to them. That is a strange fucking creature. Like, those eyes are wild.
I mean, this is a small alien, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's Starship Troopers. Remember that movie? Yeah. You ever know Starship Troopers?
Now, we didn't see a lot of space things in those child.
This is probably 20 years ago. Maybe about 10 years ago. Is 97 really? Oh, pull up a video of Starship Troopers. So what it was these folks, they landed on some planet with giant bugs. You had to go to war with the bugs. That's what Starship Troopers was. Star presents. Look, it's kind of campy. You know, it's like that these bugs fucking people up. From the director of RoboCop, Total Recall. Well, it's a fucking fun movie. Is that Denise Richards in there?
Yeah, it was
Young and hot. Woo!
That's that thing in there with big people get killed. Like the one like that bat and robots.
Oh, that's coming.
Neil Patrick Harris is in it too.
It's a good movie.
Do you think they'll ever be able to email people to a new spot?
They'll be able to, like, Star Wars type or Star Trek type, like, beam me up, Scotty, that kind of shit? Maybe. Yeah. Reassemble you, disassemble you, and reassemble you.
Would there be different like airlines, kind of like you feel like
What do you know? Sorry, we lose 1,000 people every year. But do you want to go to Cancun or not?
okay.
Have you paid attention to all the luggage that gets lost now?
Oh man, yes.
What is the increase in lost luggage over the last year? Something happened during the pandemic where they didn't work for a while, so everybody forgot how to do luggage.
Is that what you think happened?
I think there's an argument that there's incompetence, and there's an argument that they just haven't trained these people right. These people have left. I don't know what the real story is. I've heard a lot of people try and figure out why the airlines are so bad right now.
Yeah.
And what they're doing.
Do you think that governmentally run things, just overall, are starting to fall apart? It kind of seems like that.
Government's not good at a lot of stuff, you know, because the people working for the government, I mean, how much, you have kind of like a fixed amount of money you can make. You know that luggage is lost. This is the way luggage is climbing up at Canada's airports. Jesus Christ. Oh, she's technically. I don't know. Good luck finding your bag.
We should fly FedEx. I wish FedEx would be.
You'll be better at it.
Yeah, they just get it. Yeah, it's like they always get it there. It's like even if it's a day late or whatever it is, FedEx always gets it there.
I'm sure you lose some things with FedEx, but I don't hear about a lot being lost. But you hear about a lot being lost with this fucking with airlines. Yeah.
Yeah, even people. I mean, people aren't disappearing, but they're not getting where they need to go.
Oh yeah, I heard about a little kid that was traveling to see his parents, and they canceled the 7 leg of his flight without letting know his parents know. He was stuck at the airport for 10.
They'll probably sign a book deal with him.
Now,
Yeah.
yeah, now he's got a podcast.
Yeah.
Stuck at the airport. My name's Tommy. I'm at the airport. I'm on my parents are. I'm on the phone.
Dude, a buddy of mine met a girl on a flight, right? The flight never took off. They didn't get off the plane. the girl's like, you can come stay at my place. He goes to her place, and it's her grandmother's place, and they slept in the same bed as her grandmother, and they didn't even get to make out or anything.
You slept in the same bed. I'm good. Do you think it's like this?
Yeah, I would, but they were of a different ethnicity, and so I think it was like, he was kind of more honorable, yeah.
Oh,
Like, this is how we do it, this is my granddaughter, she sleeps, you know, it's like, this is how we do it here, everybody sleeps in the bed.
but is he spooning with the daughter, or is the grandmother sleeping with her?
I think he was just
Chopsticks.
yeah, totally.
Don't move. Don't get hard on.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, yeah, that hard on.
That sounds like a porno, right?
The old way sure.
That sounds like a porn. There's porns like that. I've seen porns like that where like
Don't wake the bunny or whatever.
where like a guy is in bed and then like the stepdaughter comes in and fucks him while the wife's asleep. Oh yeah, like you know, like the wife is asleep. You know, porn actors not really asleep. And this fake stepdaughter is fucking the guy right next to her. It's always like naughty stuff. There's a lot of naughty, like the one thing that picked up big time during the pandemic was like stepbrother, stepsister porn. They were pretending to be the stepbrother, the stepsister. These people got like stuck in houses together.
You probably really thought about that.
Yeah.
You think that they were leading people to fuck?
Well, I think they were like capitalizing on fantasies that people would have if they were stuck in a house with their family. So like say if your dad remarries, like you're 17, and your dad remarries this new woman. This woman has a 18-year-old daughter, and you're stuck in this house with this girl who's now your sister, but she's not really your sister.
Like I'm gonna drive her to school. They're like, school's closed. I'm gonna drive by and check. And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. I want to know how well would you take care of your car if you had to keep it your entire life? Would you polish it? Would you tune it? Would you put a glaze on it, a gloss, a wax? I bet you would. Well, that's how brains work. We got to keep them for the long haul. So why don't we take better care of them? How we care for our minds affects how we experience life. And BetterHelp online therapy can help you take care of your brain. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat only therapy sessions, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. I was struggling one day and I was driving somewhere, and I pulled over and bam, I was better helping myself right there with a certified therapist. It's more affordable than in-person therapy. You can be matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/THEO. That's betterhelp.com/Theo. You know, you want to get out sometimes and you want to get across the ocean. Maybe you do a plane, maybe you do a ship, or whatever. Or some, maybe just Evel Knievel your whole family out of a dang cannon. But when you get to a new land, you want to be able to speak their language, don't you? Well, Babbel can help. Babbel is the language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions. Thanks to Babbel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons, there's still time to learn a new language before you reach your destination. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in less than 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages. That's correct, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel right now. Save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Theo. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. People, do you think more people are related than we realize? That there's more that's sometimes why people get like born with certain deficiencies and stuff like that, like Down syndrome and all that, because more people Down syndrome because more people related.
I don't know what causes that, but I would imagine that if you do have sex with people you're related to, what are the odds that, like, how high do the odds increase if you have sex with your cousin versus how high do the odds increase if you have sex with, like, your sister? If you create a child that has a deformity.
I bet 40%. You bring it up, maybe?
I bet it's very. Let's Google first cousin. How dangerous is it breeding with your first cousin? I wrote that for you. It's scary too. It seems like there's an unlimited amount of people. Very confusing.
It makes the lips. Some of it makes the lips hot. You can't taste that water.
Okay, having a baby with first cousin more than doubles the risk of congenital problems such as heart and lung defects, cleft palates, and extra fingers, according to the largest study ever held in the UK.
Yeah, they used to call that cleft palate, but us they call it cousin lip. These people had
2 to 3% chance their child is born with birth defect, genetic syndrome, or disability. And what about sisters, brothers and sisters? Let's take a guess.
And a lot of times this used to happen, Joe, because people didn't have the ability to travel far. So even if you went, 2,000 yards or 8,000 yards, you were still over time. People were still related. You didn't realize it.
Well, that's one of the concerns about that place, North Central Island, that island of uncontacted people. There's only 39 of them.
Yeah, you were talking about.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That? Oh, about the Bible guy.
Yeah. That's that place is. There's only 39 of them. They have to. I know. Something about looking for this. We really want to show you looking for this. I want to bring up any.
See, that's crazy.
Wow. So Google will let you look up what it's like to cuff your cousins, but don't be crazy.
Yeah, it specifically says like sibling incest, and it's just showing you.
Oh wow. Well, go to DuckDuckGo. Oh, genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together. Very close. Look at that. A curious adult from Texas asks. Is that us? Yeah. The future crime people of incest laws seem to be socially rather than genetically based, but I'm guessing there are biological consequences too. So what are the exact genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together? Let's get down to it. Okay, you're probably right. 2 siblings have kids together have a higher risk of passing on a recessive disease to their kids. So what is the Okay, here it goes. If a brother and sister are both carriers who have a child together, each of their children would have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up with CF. Is that cystic fibrosis? Yeah. By getting a disease copy of CFTR from each parent. So the odds of this brother and sister having a child with the disease is 1 out of 4 or 1 in 16. Now,
I'm gonna say on the risk.
Yeah.
Dude, they used to say of us, if you rearrange the letters of sister, what does it spell? Dude. And I never forgot.
That's good. That's smart.
Yeah, I know it's helpful. So I had a question, like, do you know, like, how golf, like the PGA started doing, like, the live, like they have people leading the PGA?
Yeah.
Because this big money organization came in and is paying the best golfers. Could something like that ever happen to the UFC? Do you feel like?
That's an interesting question. They've tried to do that before. Affliction came along before, and they got Fedor, and they got Tim Sylvia, and Andre Arlovsky. There was a lot of like big name fighters who went over to Affliction and fought them, but they went under after a few events. It's hard. Doing something like the UFC, first of all, the UFC is so firmly established, it would be like trying to create a new NBA. It's like, maybe you could do it, but you need a lot of money. Fortunately for this live golf thing, it's run by the Saudis, and they obviously have insane amounts of money. But even so, people have passed on it because they don't want to be associated with the Saudis.
But do you think, like, if they start to see that template work, and we don't really know if it's gonna work yet, I mean, they're just, this is just started.
It really depends on how much money they throw at them and how long they continue to do it for. They have so much money. They have so much money.
You can't even imagine it.
I don't think you can imagine it. Because you're talking about trillions of dollars. You're talking about billions. I think they can just keep that ball rolling. If they decide to do that, they may be able to have like a real rival. But right now, this is the first year of the production. You're about that first year, second. There's going to be 8 events. They got 6 months.
And what does the vibe feel like out there as somebody paid attention to golf and stuff? Does it feel like it's
they don't have a TV deal, so it's all being broadcasted. I would guess that this is a play to get a TV deal. There are still people, they just got a big announcer that went over from NBC, the long time, 25-year guy. Who's that? David Ferry. He's got a really well-known voice for golf. Now, is there a stigma attached to this? These guys getting, they're outcasts for sure, but they don't seem to mind that. Because the money's so great, the money is really big. They don't have to play golf every week like they have to. Oh, so with PGA. Yeah. Right. And who's the one guy? Was Phil Nicholson? Is that his name? And apparently he's not playing with them. That's the other interesting thing is they're getting prepaid money, so they don't. It's not performance based. There is performance based money that can come if they win. There's more money to win in the tournament, but there's less incentive. They're getting. I read a 4.5-year contract right now for most of these guys have varying levels of money, 6 figures for some of them. Only 6 figures. Oh, sorry. On top of another.
It's okay, man. I'm nervous too.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions or something. So for them, they feel like, fuck this is my ticket out. I could retire.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Fuck all the stigma. But yeah, and the argument against it is really that they're not going to be playing traditional players and playing for over their careers. The big tournaments that everybody's accustomed to. But they don't have a TV deal right now. Right. Just on YouTube and but man, YouTube is so big.
Yeah, but for golf, though, I feel like a lot of people, there's something about, I feel like I see my stepdad watches it on TV.
Right.
Sunday after some TV. There's a tradition about that I feel like is really baked in golf.
Maybe. I don't know enough about golf.
Yeah, me neither.
But to answer your question, yeah, somebody could come along and do something like that. It's possible. You'd have to throw a lot of money. And you
have to get guys that are out of their contract, right?
Yeah. You'd have to get guys that are out of their contract or get guys that are on the come up. That's right about to break into the UFC and get them before they, because there's a lot of really talented guys that are coming up.
Yeah.
There's a company called ONE FC that is based out of Asia, and they put on some killer fucking shows. And I've watched some of their fighters and some of their fights, and man, these guys are world-class killers. They're really good. They easily can be fighting in the UFC, many of them. And then many UFC guys like Mighty Mouse and Eddie Alvarez, quite a few guys have gone over there, and they're competing now in ONE FC. So that's like a viable alternative for some people who don't want to compete in UFC anymore, and maybe they have a more lucrative deal with ONE FC, but it's not in the public zeitgeist the way UFC is. Like, you tell people, I was watching ONE FC, they're like, fuck is that?
Yeah, they think something's wrong with you.
But we say UFC is like Q-tips, It's like everybody knows what that means.
Yeah.
NBA. Everybody knows the NBA. Everybody knows the NFL. Yeah. Everybody knows the UFC.
The brand is just, the brand is strong. I mean, I think the UFC, the fact that it performed, it showed up every few weeks during the pandemic was unbelievable. That brought I feel like it had to bring so many fans. That's when I became like, this is my favorite sport. I didn't realize it, but after like a certain month, I was like, oh wow, this is my favorite sport.
Well, once they started doing those events, when everything else was shut down, it opened up a lot of people's eyes to what could be possible. And so then the NBA started doing events, and all those other sports organizations started doing events with no audience.
Yeah.
Didn't they have baseball games with no audience?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers won the World Series with no audience.
And they had roadies and stuff. Right.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Just
Yeah.
have empty seats. I know you're lying.
You worked so long at UFC. Do you feel like that? And I've watched your pace over there. I remember when I did a show with you in Atlanta, and then we did a show the night before. Then I was sitting behind you, and so like you guys are commentating, and you go right up into the ring, and you come right back down, and you commentate again. I mean, it was like watching it just seemed like a lot. Like this is a lot, like you have to have a real pace for it.
It's a real job.
Yeah.
You have to have energy for sure.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like, and you're doing it for 6 hours. And I sit down for 6 hours. I'm going to try not to pee, which is lucky that I have good experience doing the podcast because I'm used to holding my piss for 3 hours, but that's about my limit. So I always have to pee at least once or twice.
Ride that bag, baby. I like riding that bag.
Sometimes. Also, I'm drinking like Monster Energy drink sometimes, which I piss magnets.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's delicious, but they make me want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife too. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that they're going up to punch.
I don't know if the Monster is the cause of it. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this: it's the beverage of choice of some of those gentlemen. I'll say that. Do you think
it was Rothschild?
Maybe it used to be. Do you think you'll always work there? Do you ever? You've done it for a long time. Do you think? I mean, I guess nothing can be forever, but do you think you'll always commentate for UFC?
I enjoy it. I enjoy the sport, but I enjoy watching it too. When it came to Austin, it was the first time in 20 years that I sat in the audience and I watched it. It was great. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Just no responsibility, just being able to watch. I want to go to more of them that I'm not going to. At the Apex Center, those are great.
In Vegas?
Yeah, because it's a small arena, a small octagon, and you're right there, man. Right there with the action.
When you started, do you feel like, did y'all have such a strong commentating team? I mean, now it's like...
It's stronger now than ever. Yeah, it's stronger now than... John Anik is a fucking man. He's great, and Danny Cormier's a fucking man. And when I get to do it with Dominic Cruz or, anybody else that, Paul Felder's fucking great. It's amazing. It's a beautiful job, and I love DC. Like, when me and DC hang out and have fun, it's just like, he's such a great guy. And he knows so much about the sport. 2-division world champion and great wrestler, and just a dude who likes to have fun. Like, we laugh a lot. And it's a great job, man. I love it. I look forward to it every time. I look forward to it this weekend. I'm doing this weekend in Dallas. I'm pumped.
Oh, nice. I don't know who's fighting.
It's Amanda Nunes versus Juliana Pena.
Yeah, I was at the first one.
Yeah.
And Halle Berry was there at the first one.
Oh, yeah.
That was Halle Berry.
She's there.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, Jared Leto was there. His niece.
He's over there too.
Yeah.
It's always, it's exciting. I was a big fan of it now. Mark Zuckerberg. He's a big fan. Yeah. He loves it. Yeah, they're super addicted to it. He's training now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They should make him fight other owners of things.
What do you do like? Bezos? Bezos is a little bit kind of cool. Maybe like and stuff.
Somebody that he's efficient. He just had like 9 kids in a month. I heard on Twitter. How fucking efficient is that?
I think he's doing it to in vitro fertilization.
I'm sure.
He jerks off into a FedEx scoop and nails it to his legs.
I thought about that. I thought about having a kid be like a machine or something.
You think that's the way to do it?
I think because I was thinking about having a child with a friend of mine.
A guy or a girl?
A woman.
Okay.
Damn,
Check it out. Just want to let you know what you can and can't do.
Yeah, Google what's the percentage of
dudes who get pregnant. But you do get confused now. Like, how many men can get pregnant? All of them. That's like all of them. Today, no one knows what to say.
But I think those men are trying to trick other men to bust into it.
I think we're talking about trans men. That's what.
Oh, I see where they put the ovaries into a man.
No. Like a biological female becomes a man. Trans men.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So when they say 2 men get pregnant, they say yes. And you're like, okay, I want off this guy. I can't take your fucking confusing reality.
But do you think ever that Mother Nature has a plan, a bigger plan, where in the end it all ends up that we're like trans, like Ben Simmons is like all like cross. You know what I'm saying? Ben Simmons is like a he's a black and I think he's black and white, right? He played at LSU. He's a great basketball player.
What does that have to do with his sexuality?
But he's beige. You know what I'm saying? He's beige. You know what I'm saying? Does it him? There we go.
What the fuck? He's probably like, what the fuck, man? I'm a man. Leave me alone, bitch.
But if he put a wig on,
No.
if he put a wig on and shave, I'm
With
just
those
saying,
fucking arms and hands.
yeah.
If you get tricked by that guy,
Then you want to.
yeah, you want to get tricked. You're trying to get tricked. You're like, trick me. Trick me, Ben Simmons. That's a fucking manly man. The size of his fucking hands. Go back to that picture. Bro, that guy's jacked. If you think that's a woman, I mean, maybe he is now. I don't know. I don't want to.
No, he's not. No.
He's 6'11". He's giant.
Goes Tigers, because the LSU Tiger. But what I'm saying is,
What are you saying?
here's what I'm saying, man. I can't believe you guys can't understand.
I do understand what you're saying. I'm just fucking.
Okay. I'm just tired of I'm just saying, if we're sending somebody in, if the trans community is going to send somebody in to fucking vouch for them, they need to send in a fucking warrior. You know, they can't send
I
in.
don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
I thought I knew what you're saying.
I
but now
switched. I switched to a new idea.
Okay.
What I was saying is, do you think we all end the same skin color in some sort of a trans sexual type of situation?
I think it's very possible that we all become genderless. Yes, I do think that's possible. Yeah, I think that might be what is happening with like microplastics or changing people's hormone systems. I don't know if you know about all that. You know about all that?
You know. I mean, I appreciate it.
There's a book called
Thank you.
Countdown by a woman. Her name is Dr. Shanna Swan. And she came on the podcast and she explained that there's certain chemicals that are in plastics and some fertilizers that are disrupting the human body endocrine system. And it's causing people's penises to shrink, balls to shrink, sperm counts are lowering. And one of the ways they find out about this is the size of people's taints.
Wow.
Yes, in male mammals, the taint is 50 to 100% larger than female mammals. So like when they pick up a gerbil, that's how they can quickly tell whether or not it's a boy or a girl, is by the size of the taint. And when the introduction of phthalates, it starts with P-T-H-A-L-A-T-E-S, you say phthalates. And phthalates are a type of chemical that disrupts the human body, and because of the use of petrochemical products, the increase of phthalates into the human body from contamination has caused people's taints to shrink, balls to shrink, dicks to shrink, sperm counts to shrink. Drop and miscarriages to go up. And they think that if you think about that, like that is like causing gender to just kind of compress and to become like more ambiguous. And in the future, if that continues to happen, what does that mean? Like, what do we become genderless? And then what do we do to try to keep the human race alive? Well, we may revert to genetic engineering, like some sort of a medical, technological intervention, so we breed from like splicing genes.
So we get enough males and we get enough females.
Yeah, and that has always been what's crazy about this is, although this sounds nuts, we're talking about now, for decades, people that have been abducted by aliens have always said that aliens are performing experiments and making hybrids with human beings because their genetic material has run stale, because they're breeding, or they're rather reproducing through genetic manipulation rather than through sex. So they don't have sexual intercourse anymore.
So they need our eggs and sperm.
They need all that stuff. They need our material. But because they don't have that anymore. So that might be where all biological creatures that develop technology, and technology in our case involves a lot of plastic. The more technology, the more plastic in the bodies, the more the body becomes genderless. Why?
And since there's plastic in our water, like little molecules and stuff, does that affect us too, you think?
Yes, it definitely does. Yeah, we found a statistic, it's a little misleading, but the statistic is every week the average person consumes a credit card size piece of plastic, the microplastic. Yeah, but then Jamie found out that the way they calculate that is like worst case scenario.
Like some dude who really likes it, sucks on the bottle.
A lot of like bottles. Yeah. A lot of them are chewing waters.
Or chewing like that dog we saw the other day. So let me think. I had a couple more questions for you. Is that all right? Okay, cool. Becoming like a celebrity in America, right? Like, I know you don't think yourself maybe it's that way, right? But you become real popular. Is it hard to keep it from like affecting your family and kids and stuff? Does that ever get like scary and stuff?
It definitely will affect everyone around you, and it affects people in a weird way where like people will like contact family members and ask for things, which is like weird. And it's not, like like I've had people contact my family members to ask me to introduce them to people I don't even know. Like there's some like sort of celebrity network you become a part of, you get a card. You're like, hey man, you got 15 million Instagram followers, here's your card. You just call everybody on the list. And, you can look up your friend with Marky Mark.
Yeah.
Weird.
And does it get scary having kids that are like, does that get scary at all? Like
all of it is scary. Yeah. It's scary. It's weird. Like having that many people. I get a lot of people contacting me saying they've got chips in their brain. I'm talking to them for a chip in their brain. Not just one, multiple people.
I used to have a woman like that who would come on my shows in Texas, dude, and her chip kept telling her to fuck me, dude. That's the crazy part.
Did she listen?
I sent her away like so many times. That
was she hot?
She was hot too.
Damn, why did you say that?
Because I just thought it was like a scam or something. I thought it was like some kind of a setup or something, like I just got scared. Because that's scary when somebody tells you that.
You got to think of that too. Imagine if you're a guy and you were worried that every girl you meet is trying to set you up. Or you're some oligarch type dude, and every woman you meet might be a woman, or it might be someone who's like trying to get information out of some Russian spy, who's trying to record you fucking.
Oh, even if I ejaculate, dude, I'm not, I'm doing okay, but I'll even walk out of the room backwards, just to make sure, like.
How does that help?
Just a great, so I can see if anybody's using any of the seed, if there's any loose.
Doesn't Drake pour hot sauce through his condom? Is that real?
Yeah,
I don't know. So he's got like a little bottle of Tabasco by the bed.
Look, Dustin Corey needs to step his advertising up. That's all I'm saying.
Excellent. That's an excellent hot sauce. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very delicious. They got vinegar-based Louisiana hot sauce.
It's hot enough, but it's nothing crazy.
Tasty. Very good. What's it called? Like diamond?
I don't even know this.
We'll find it. Jimmy will pull it up. But he sent me cases of it. It's fucking very good. It's good. Yeah. I'm not even going to ask you. No, I'm going to buy it myself. Poirier's Louisiana style hot sauce. You can buy it on Amazon.
Look at it, dude. Having fun.
Yeah, there it is. It's good too. Oh yeah. When someone makes something like that that's good, I appreciate it. That's a legit hot sauce. Dustin has some really good hot sauce.
Yeah, good
He's a good dude too. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Dustin's neat, man. He's really fun too.
He's a fun dude. He's a fun dude to hang out with.
And he likes to cook too. Do you think that Nate Diaz fight is just like do you think he's going to care about it? Is that impossible for him not to care about it?
Comes up to my house. Yeah. I mean, this is Hamza is terrifying. He's terrifying. He's really good.
Oh, yeah.
Really good and really big.
I get scared at home.
You should be.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah. Hamza's nervous. When he gets into the octagon, he's seeking destroy. He's a dangerous man.
Do you think that it's just a setup fight for like it's like because I know he's trying to get out of his 100? Do you think that, or do you think
Nate asked for that fight?
Oh, he did.
That's what Nate wanted to fight Francis Ngannou.
Oh, okay.
Nate is as game as a human being has ever been. That dude is wild. You know, I mean, that's one of the things that Dana White said. That they were saying, "Why did you do this fight?" He's like, "That's the fight Nate wanted." He goes, well, "By the way, Nate asked for Francis Ngannou."
That'd been awesome.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're right. No, I mean, but you know what? There would have been something exciting about it.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, so something exciting when Francis Ngannou, a natural 270-pound man, hits harder than any human being ever been recorded. He's the hardest punch ever recorded.
Well,
Francis is terrifying.
I think they can so. I don't know. I don't know. Nate just never ends, bro. He can't.
You never look at it.
Yeah, that's true.
There's certain things that you just can't. There's certain physical attributes and advantages you cannot overcome. It's not saying that Nate isn't an amazing fighter. Nate is an amazing fighter and has been for a long time. I mean, you go way back. Nate has been submitting and beating people for a long fucking time. He's a tough motherfucker. Francis is gigantic.
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, and Francis's father is huge. And I don't know how big his mother was, but, you know, there's a lot of giant people in the world. And they find other giant people and they fuck. They make big humans.
That'd be an OnlyFans right there, giant people fucking.
Yeah, big giant people fucking. I bet. Yeah, I bet you would love that. Because the OnlyFans, we only got together with other giant people and fuck.
Okay.
And then have a little person on the watch it. You go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off touching my own wiener. Really? Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
Is it masturbation or pornography?
Well, pornography I think is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because my thought was just that and you said it's fine, it's just people that abuse it, you know. So I think like I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and not enough like connection side.
Right. That's the number one criticism of people who watch porn. Is that it makes me sexually instead of porn.
Yeah. And if I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts. And I have to be able to not control my own brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not think like I want to recreate some shit I saw on film.
Right. Or yeah, you know, I don't even think that way, but like your subconscious just remembers the stuff, you know, it kind of mills around in there, just kind of loiters around your brain. Yeah.
How many girls started to make a living off of OnlyFans now that would just normally have a job and never get paid?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle, I think.
Is that what it is? I think they're OnlyFans.
I think it's definitely.
But how do they get an audience? Like just because you're hot and you show your asshole?
They bait through their Instagram. Yeah. No two assholes are the same. Is that true?
Sure. We can use that from now on. It's like your retina scan.
That's how you get into Dana Bilzerian's house.
I mean, if you really think about how many girls are making like stupendous amounts of money on OnlyFans.
Oh, it's baffling. But do you also think, Joe, that
OnlyFans is over 1 million creators. So let's imagine that's worldwide. up from 70,000 in 2019. So all those people jumped on board during the pandemic. That makes sense.
This is what I start to worry about. That it's going to be like what is this called, a gig economy? Or what is it? Okay.
No, gig economy is like huge.
Okay.
Is it, which thing, OnlyFans, does that count? Yeah.
You get a gig, make a video for it, piece of it.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's
But
going to...
Cameo. I want to see Cameo do this.
I got home from making all it out. So all the Christmas I made and make all the videos. Did I make no? I didn't have yet. Oh, hey, cinnamon and whisker. Dad loves you. Yeah, I got to find it.
How's it?
Oh, no, Gary. Who's the other guy that looks like this? Is Gary Busey? Gary Busey.
That makes sense. They look very different.
Like, hey, cinnamon and whisker.
Yeah, Gary Busey was a great actor who got in horrible motorcycle accident without a helmet. Yeah, oh, they play something. Yeah.
I love that. Doesn't that make you feel good? Did you feel good when you did it?
No. No, maybe think you should wear it home.
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of this?
That's what happened. He got in a motorcycle accident without a helmet. Back when LA didn't have a helmet law. And he crashed his motorcycle and bounced his fucking head off a curb. He got serious brain damage. Let's see if you pull that up. I want to say that was from like the early 2000s. He had a serious, that's why one of his eyes looks different from the other one.
They remade it.
His fucking skull got crushed. Yeah. In 1988, the actor then 44 had just picked up his Harley Davidson from the shop when he tried to maneuver around a bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, causing it to fly over his windshield and land directly on his helmetless head. Yeah. So that is when things went sour.
And his hair still looks good, which is
They're
crazy.
very good. They're very good. I have that scar over there. Stitches hair.
That's unbelievable.
Not good.
Yeah. Well, this is my question then. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, and there's less jobs and more people are on like OnlyFans, right, that you're basically going to have chicks out there, like literally people, women hold each other at gunpoint, like, you know, subscribe, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know what you're saying.
you know, help get to keep up some help. I need some help, man. Like, I always have this vision of like two Uber drivers, like, you're gonna be my you're my rider. You know what I'm saying? You're my like it's like people like it's all just digital. It's all online. And it's just like people just like subscribe to me now. You know, like literally at gunpoint. Like that's how bad it is.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. The problem is, where's the money coming from? Is it going to be subscribers paying other subscribers? Is it going to be like a hierarchy, like someone who makes like $1 million a month, paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be a pyramid scheme for pussy?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to get by a fake pussy somewhere and put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I think you have to have a whole body attached to it. Like, what do most girls on OnlyFans do? Do they show, like, bikini pictures? Like, what are they doing? Showing feet?
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's, like, meetups where, like, manager companies, like, have them all go to, like, a location together, like, at the beach. And then they do, like, you know, tit touching and, like,
they get together and
smelling each other, you know, like stuff.
Oh, and so that gets everybody excited, and then they get more like. So they don't
Stuff animals do, like stuff animals do before their owner pulls them away.
I heard that a lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing it. That they hire a company, and then someone writes these letters because like you feel like you're gonna respond to people and text them. Like how many of them are you gonna do this to? Like how many can you? How many days? Like how much hours in the day do you have? And if people don't know, how many you're responding to or who's doing it. Like if you have, like, say if you have 1 million subscribers on OnlyFans and you get 100,000 messages from them,
Yeah, you gotta have some.
maybe they just have a person, like a service, who writes like sexy things, like "Thank you, sweetie," heart, kiss, balloon kiss, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
"You're so sweet, thank you." And there's a fat guy writing those things. You know? Do you remember Marilyn Martinez? Did you know Marilyn Martinez? Marilyn Martinez was a comic at the comedy store, and very funny. And she used to do phone sex back in the day. That's how she made a living when she was starting out as a comic. She would get on the phone with guys while they were jerking off. She'd talk them through it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just wonder if it's gonna come to that where you're gonna just have, people just helping each other jerk off, and that's gonna be,
I think it's gonna come to a point where it's talking about yeah. You look at what aliens look like. What do they look like? Look at these sexless, genderless things with big giant heads.
autism too.
You know so?
Aliens?
Yeah.
I think they have the highest, most acute form of fucking
Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's. If they could have Alzheimer's too, they could have it all. I mean, I think when they master the secret.
I'm trying to say Alzheimer's.
Well, Asperger's should have a different thing too. That is just.
I got Asperger's. That's right. Right? I wonder if it's like a doctor. Is it Dr. Asperger who figured out Asperger's?
I don't know.
Take a guess. Let's find out and take a guess.
Ron Asperger? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Like a guy out of Seattle. Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So let's find out where the name.
Get that thing
Yeah, it
to
is.
do.
Yeah, it's a dude. Hans Asperger. Here it is.
Oh, it's Perger.
Asperger. Asperger.
I think with meat in it. I'd love to be Austrian, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they just seem so pure and they seem like outdoors. Yeah, they seem like
a lot.
they're getting water for everybody.
Yeah, shorts with little socks.
The mills with the big mills got
Hiking boots.
beautiful flowers
Yeah.
and not like crazy sex too. I think
so.
I think Austrian.
Really?
Yeah, and you don't see them a lot in porn or anything. I think they keep it really. They're kind of like. They feel almost to me like Disney Amish.
Disney? Oh.
Yeah, like kind of whimsical, but like also very like stick to an old script. Pull up some on
I forget all that. Yeah, very Disney princess looking, all of them. I wonder like what nationality is known to have the most beautiful women. You think there's like a consensus nationality that has the most beautiful women?
I don't know, but I know that I've thought poorly that I've spent so much jerking off in America. We could have done it in places.
Internationally?
Yeah.
Like it's a small world, like the ride? Dude, why do you and I have the fucking silliest podcast? Oh my god, I just had a great podcast with Rich from Rich Rebuilds. You know, talking about cars, and then you come in here.
You started with him. I saw you talking about horse sex.
His reaction is very different than yours.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. I would like to get some different. I'd like to get some different hobbies and stuff like that.
Like what?
I don't know. Sometimes I thought about maybe getting into golf. Like that's one thing. Like in Nashville, it's like most people just drink. There's something about drinking and golf.
Talk to this dude. He's a golfer too. Him and Tony Hinchcliffe and Ron White.
Oh, Tony's built for it.
Built for golf?
I think so. He's just that perfect. He looks almost like Pinocchio. Crazy brother. You know what I'm talking about? Pull him up. Pull up Tony Hinchcliffe's body.
Well, Tony Hinchcliffe, it's probably already a comparison. Tony Hinchcliffe side by side next to Pinocchio online.
Dude, that was so much fun, man. It's interesting. You guys definitely made a good case for Austin.
Yeah. We're having fun out here, man.
Yeah.
You get to see it, right?
Yeah.
And how wild these shows. Tonight's going to be wild, too. That's really good. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, a lot of good comics out there. A lot of good comics practice on stage. Yeah, just help. Yes, like you said, having a sense of community is really important. But look right there with the mic at the ice house. That is a note. It's almost like his hand looks like it was pulled up by a piece of cord.
Yeah.
To the right one, more briefly.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see the line of hanging from the string.
Fuck Geppetto.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to ask you, Joe. I think we covered a decent amount of stuff. Yeah.
We're definitely good.
Here. I thought about it more today. I thought about it yesterday. Yeah.
What percentage you think?
I thought 30%, which was surprising. I didn't think I would think about it. 30%. I'll say this. Zillow.
You still
We just started it last night.
really?
Pretty pricey.
Yeah. Got rough here. During the pandemic. Prices went way up.
Yeah, you gotta have really, it's pretty pricey. But that's okay.
Gotta have them shuffles on.
Yeah. You gotta shekel up. I gotta up my shekels. Yeah, no, I didn't.
Did you buy in Nashville?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's already went up.
Nashville's another place like Austin. A lot of people move. But it's like a smaller city, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably half the size. I mean, I noticed that this feels more like a city. Nashville, it's still a city, but it's different. It's a different vibe.
I love it. It's fun.
Yeah.
That's a fun town. And it's also like Austin, a town that like appreciates art, appreciates live performance.
Oh yeah, people come out all the time.
Yeah, it just has a smaller comedy scene.
Yeah, that's the tough part, and that's what I realized. Is like, I can get up a little more, you know, instead of having to go to LA to do like a month or 6 weeks at a time. So I think we're good.
I mean, we got Cap City just opened up. We have development. We have freaking Detroit. We have my place coming open. And there's a bunch of satellite things, a bunch of smaller ones outside there. A lot of open mics in different places where people can perform. And since the pandemic started, it's exploded. And definitely since Kill Tony moved here, and we all moved here, and Segura moved here, and Tim Dillon, and all these other folks, Duncan moved here, and I love it.
So,
You guys.
really special.
Yeah.
Did what were you talking about? Liddy?
Zero.
Yeah. It's like that one question kind of quickly. I just had about 8 seconds. No, that's good. I feel like because I feel, you know, this is good. This is like a good consideration. But yet, without coming.
When did we get an apartment?
Oh, I was gonna try for, well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll do 1 month at Airbnb.
That's a great move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my question. So sometimes I've had times in my life where I've thought too much about regrets and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that some in the past, like looking in the past, attaching myself to the past. Has there been anything on your journey that you kind of regretted? And then how do you deal with regret?
I mean, individual choices and mistakes, yeah, but ultimately we learn from those. So, like, no. Because, like, even the regrets, the bad things and the stupid things, you learn not to do bad things or stupid things. You know, all those things are beneficial in some ways to get through them. You know, if you, like, you did something that resulted in someone's death or something horrible like that, yeah, it's terrible to do. But I've been very fortunate that hasn't happened. But the dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me. You know, you learn. It's like, that's why failure is so important. Like failing and fucking up and making mistakes, very important. That's how you learn. See, the bad feeling that you get from something that you should have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better, like especially failing at something when you half-assed it and you just feel like a fucking loser, like that just teaches you. It teaches you to do your shit.
You have such a good ability to learn from those things. Some people, I think, kind of, it's just like you get repetitive or something.
That's dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous to dwell on past mistakes. because people sort of define themselves by the worst moments that they've ever had. And if that's the case, like some people are stuck in high school. You know, they're stuck in failures that they had like when they're first getting jobs, and they always think that they're a loser, and they don't like the feeling of failure, so they keep low expectations so that they never have to feel that. You gotta get through it. You gotta get through bad feelings. You gotta get through failure. It's very important. And you get through it by just picking yourself back up and moving forward and going. But it's hard for a lot of people because that sting, they never get over it, the feeling of failure. And they don't have a good support system, good friends. So having a good community of friends, very, very important. Because you can feel like, like you've been, a girl broke up with you, and you feel like you're the worst, you're a fucking loser, like you're a piece of shit. But then you go out with your friends and you have a few laughs, and next thing you know, you're laughing, and you're like, yeah. So it takes you out. You're gonna be okay when you learn from the last mistakes. Yeah. That's life. It just, those feelings of failure are so hard. They're so hard to get over, and they overwhelm people. And some people keep their past. And then every time some new thing comes up, and you have to rise to the occasion, you have to perform. It's your head up, man. You think, I'm a fucking loser, I can't do this, I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fuck up, you know. Like a bombing. Like how many times have you had a bad set, and you're like, God damn it, do it. Okay, it is. That's how they come. That's just it, I just suck. And then you define yourself that way, and you gotta get over it.
Yeah, doing those, thankfully, you never have too bad in a row either, which is kind of interesting.
Well, you learn from that one, and you're like, come on, guns blazing for the next show.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it activates some senses in you. Did you feel like you learned that from somebody, or did you always just have that kind of intuition with that kind of stuff?
I think I learned it from martial arts, because you get your ass kicked. You know, you can't get your ass kicked. You either quit fighting, or you learn how to get a lot better. You know, and you get your ass kicked for training, which happens all the time. And, you know, you learn from those mistakes. You learn, you know, maybe you're stationary too much, or maybe you telegraph too much, or maybe you got tired, you haven't been doing cardio. Those failures that you have for martial arts are so consequential because you get hurt. So you physically get punished, and then you don't want that to happen. So you got to be either quit or get way better.
Like that. And that's great for a lot of my listeners. A lot of guys, you know, or just, you know, a lot of guys just trying to keep going in their lives. You know,
I would everybody. My listeners, your listeners, anybody who's listening,
yeah,
just people out there.
Yeah,
that's why there's so many self-help books. That's why there's so many motivational documentaries and motivational Instagram pages. Is because people need stuff like that. They need something, and generally the best version of it is coming from someone who's experienced us and got through it.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You know, you're like a kind of like a library. I was thinking about the other day. You're like kind of like a library. You know, that's interesting. Because you just have all this information that's passed through you, and you're able to like kind of, you're almost like a cleaners at the cleaners. If you ask a question, then it goes and gets the information and brings it to the front, you know, and it's like wrapped up kind of. It's cool. It's a nice skill, man. Because I was even listening to an old episode of ours, and there was information and like kind of suggestions and guidance you shared with me in there that were still resonant with me today. So it's pretty cool. So, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
I have some tour dates to let you know about Athens, Georgia on November 7th. And in Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. We got New merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. If you're getting somebody this gift, this could be one. Get on it early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Palm, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at theobonstore.com. Thank you so much for listening. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and damn yapper. He's one of the guys that has made a big transition recently from going to a major network to went to X, which is a major network, but a little bit different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you the story. Shine on me. And I will find the song I will
The shirt is in. You need a spit cup? Good, Charles. Maybe I'll try one towards the end of the episode. Really?
Once you try this, you're going to get a longer try.
Sin? Is that their advertising campaign?
Sin is not a sin. That's the advertising campaign.
Really?
Yeah, but the truth is, Zen is a powerful opinion. And also, if you
Really? Talking to Rick, shut up.
there's no election for Zen.
I don't know if I want a Zen supported leader. You know, I don't know. You think so? Oh yeah, because you want people to get addicted.
Just close your eyes.
That's the neighbor saying, "Hey, it's real quiet over there."
Just whack it on the nightstand. So, excuse me. Sorry.
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fun. That would be the fun.
That'd be dangerous.
That would be dangerous.
Talking about cats.
Oh yeah, but you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
Put a feather.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We never met. You have such a crazy laugh, don't you?
It's real.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I should say it's
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, like at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Mm-hmm. Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you, because this is before my podcast. I don't even email. Okay. So then you email you off your website? Is that what it is? I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, which maybe I happened to be in LA, yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey. So you're a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You're a NASA fan. You have NASA photos in the wall with your film. What happened to you that you're essentially you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon experience? You're the guy who's researched the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that
Well, let me start by saying comment about the weekend here. It's not here. They did take a look at it. That's whether people realize it.
okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know from that. And okay, I'm just trying to. Well, I'm gonna have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use just patriotism, they use national pride, that we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where they got us into Vietnam, where it was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like a million people dead because of that? 3 million people, like 58,000. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into World War II. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner, be blaming on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's all these things. There's the assassination time, which they still won't release the facts. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon getting Nixon away from the White House, which I didn't know was government relation to. Couple thousand people. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's the source of national pride, and it is also the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientists. These people are able to make things like this stuff, all the wild shit that we know about space shuttle, SpaceX, all the amazing engineering. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you want to hang your hat on, because I know they lie about everything. They lie about everything. They lie about MK Ultra. They're dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and honoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him as a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents. They experiment with acid. This is just a mind control experiment. What did they tell you? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funny the money here and there. Everybody did this one was going to be, this is just what it is, what it is. We're going to put the scientific community access, all Guinness, all verified, we're third-party people trust everything, verified. Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is very interesting. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% he has more access to the KFK file. He's 100% certain that his husband, President Kennedy, is still by the CIA. Then, as he left in the Dr. Trump, Robert met with him, took him to that, put out his chest, said that the Butler House incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,300 American children without cause.
So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill the duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 Israeli we don't think we have a problem with on television. The problem is it's a if you ever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead, he's still dead on 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but other people are still dead. And people don't want to give us that unity, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the leader. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten back, but at least we went to the Lord. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to put from the federal government. So it's actually very easy to say, and it answered your first question. I was more than I was Johnson. Idolized the moon landing with my father and the airport and giving me accurate pictures of Apollo 11 I moved every 2 years. I found the house, they were on the place up the door on every bedroom wall. So what changed? So what changes happened in something else. And what was there a moment? Yeah. Well, the first moment was so from the age of I was asleep at that. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, 3,650 times over the next 10 years, probably saw them 3,000. So I see these pictures coming and leaving their own and people thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rothschild employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance and he says, look, I can't get them and I'm down to the Pentagon for you. They are not supposed to go up. There's only a 1 in 10 hours they can go to the moon. What year was this? That was back in 1960. And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome the challenges that they got? Or no? Because, I mean, we're going to go over many theories. Yeah, this is important, but I mean, I need to every step of the way. Every time you can prove that's right. Okay. So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reason. Because today, with 4 years better rocket design and computer design, the farthest that we have is send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1 to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit somewhere that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, I had a schedule on the first attempt where all of NASA's computers had 1 million computers on the cell phone. They sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send today, which is usually your better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today. Not necessarily. Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past. But they haven't done a moon landing program yet. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is fast. So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. But it's taking more. But you're not doing that. Right. But during the Apollo, they can't. So that's what you're saying. Yeah. But the Apollo program, because the Apollo program is a massive program to try to beat Russia, get the first person on there. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? 20 people were involved, how many employees, how many people right? How many people overall were involved in the that's a lot of people to organize, to promote, to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel man in a position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, you can do it today. Well, actually, there are 400,000. At the peak of the Apollo program, employed 400,000 people
So here's the argument against that would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out. So that's, that's not true. First of all, Eugene Krabs, like he said, his own that a person in the command service unlocks his ability can tell no difference whatsoever between computer simulated flight and real flight. They can't tell the difference if it's a bunch of numbers going by on the screen. So if the person in the command service cannot tell the difference and how to lead a question in a living room at home. And then you really think the CIA is so stupid. You tell the person making love and food and then just like that's really too many people but that's funny to get. No, it was. But if some of the command center doesn't know, then the command center let's corrupt it as up. There's only 3 ideas of food. It's actually much easier for them. So we realize a bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of bank tellers. But do they know what the CEO knows? Structure of the bank. See, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had a million or more eyewitnesses in Europe. There's no independent press and you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employees reporters did. You know that. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA could think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today. There's no way. There's no way they didn't know about what they didn't know about their smartphones. They didn't know about so many things that we know because the Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it happened, but they still didn't know who was done it. They looked at all the subsequent investigations of it. Jack Ruby was involved. What the fuck really happened here? To assassin 1969. This is much for the people. They just killed their own president. They just think that he came over the another war. Because they had to the media and a public who wanted in a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving the United States all. Well, and they still. That's the thing about the real ending of life. I mean, let's take a look at the two possible. Either they went to the middle on the first attack, and had a schedule on the if they do that, they're back with me. They were deceiving. They exist in the world. They lie to their people. They decade the modern equivalent of 200 billion dollars. They gave their manifest power
use the same reason. So you're saying NASA has a for publicity firms that work for NASA and they want photos to work with. And they decide to manipulate some so they can have photos of things. But most people, because we have is their fake news. But they do things like space. They do things like the space. So that's what it's confusing. But they can't that's what it is. So, the real problem, the question is, can I reach? Now, Operation Starfish, that was the operation that made them do in radiation belts, right? We didn't do something like that, something creepy. They found their air through the radiation belt. Yeah, well, it's super smart. But what is Operation Starfish?
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me when you close your eyes? Tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I want to know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours, so 10,000 more. Oh, if it wasn't safe to sleep. Yo, dog. Come on, you shitbag. Dog.
Virgil read that too.